the YouTube. All right, should be good. Alrighty. So, yeah, the plan for stream today, I mean, it's my birthday, you know. So, we're doing that. But, and I had my today command somewhere. Maybe. Yeah. We are very close to finishing up GitBench. Just want to do a couple more passes, fine-tuning, like the CTA and some of that stuff. Right, we got more work to do on Masijo. Some of that screenshotting stuff was good. I'm really liking it. And then, yeah, I mean, it's my birthday, so the whiskey floweth. So yeah, let's get to some code. And how's everyone doing? Enjoying your Saturday? Oh, music's a little loud though. There we go.
Talk to the hand.
But yeah, thanks everyone. Appreciate you. You woke up at 1 p.m. having breakfast and coffee now. Yeah, I basically did that too. I'm officially older than you now? Oh, okay. I didn't realize we were the same age. You know, we're close. But I'm wearing my birthday hat now too? I mean, yeah, I guess. I didn't realize I was matching so much. Ah, that makes sense. All right. All right, so we put in a little bit of work on this. I don't think I like the placement of this button. They actually, they kind of messed that one up, but we'll fix it. I do want to get rid of this icon. I do like the big icon there, though. That one's killing it. That one's really killing it. So yeah, this dialogue trigger. I think we can put it there. Probably want to give it like an empty, I think 8's probably too much. I'd say a 4. And let's get rid of that icon. I think the icon is silly. All right, and then how does it feel when we go narrower? Okay, yeah, I like it. Oh, we can keep that running though. All right, so yeah, the fix here is, I'd say it's feet. All right, so then we'll archive the change. Oh. It is, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Kogura. You missed it. Yesterday I had some delicious teriyaki. I just realized... Did I forget? I did. Hold on. Let me just go throw this back in the fridge. I'm not even sure teriyaki sauce needs to be refrigerated. It does say refrigerate after opening, but yeah. But yeah, it was good. I did do something weird that, like, it wasn't appetizing looking, which is annoying. Like, I cooked the chicken in the oven, covered at first, to try and, like, lock in some moisture. But then, I don't know, it gets that, like, the drippy, like, fat, and, like, the color doesn't get that, like, nice browning. I could have done, like, I probably could have finished it with the broiler, and that would have helped, but I think it would have dried out the chicken a lot more. So I don't know. But once you put teriyaki sauce on it, you can't tell that color stuff anyway. But it was good. Yeah. It was all right. But yeah, what's up? How you doing, Scam Call? What you up to? And yeah, thanks for gifting that sub to Code Girl. Appreciate you there, Footlong. All right, so once I get this pushed up, I can pull it over to the work machine, get that deployed out. And then I can follow up with some coworkers about it. At least, like, respond that I addressed some of the feedback. I think some of the other feedback's a little tougher. Like, basically, here's the problem. If we're looking at the pricing... Oh, and dude, how the hell is that still like that? We removed that border. But yeah, so this is the issue here, right? Like, some of these models are so cheap comparatively that it's insane. And the cost variability is crazy too. If we do get rid of that one and that one, right, we can see some pretty heavy variability with Nemotron, but DeepSeek and Laguna do pretty damn well, right? Now, here's the other thing. Let's just select all of them again. So as far as, like, the winner, right, GPT-5.5 at a 95, but Laguna XS2 with JSON is quite good. Like, quite good. And yeah, thanks, Justice. Thanks, Mizu. But worse on both Claude Opus. Like, dude. But yeah, someone did request that we run the Laguna models, and they are so cheap. Like, they're so cheap. Yeah, and honestly, DeepSeek V4 Flash is pretty good. Like, yeah, I'm really, really thinking we could massively fine-tune which models we're using for things that get cracking. As long as we establish, like, good evals. just to make sure we don't get regressions and some of that. But yeah. However, yes, still, this issue is annoying. But once we have more models in there, it's, you know, it's not going to look quite as bad. But yeah, as we add new models, how do we make sure that they get into the list? And how do we like reset? How do we reset users' usage of it? And really, what we should be doing then is like the state of which models you've selected should probably be going into the URL, and then it's shareable, right? I think that would be a better fix. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. But okay, so sync now. But yeah, that's something that we should probably kick off and explore. Like, how do we reset people's selections, right? So yeah, we need to keep a timestamp of the last time they modified their list, as well as the last time that we updated the list. And if our update is newer, we should reset, or we should just show like X amount of new models. So maybe, hold on. Okay, number one, I think we want to hide history. Because I don't know if history is as important right now. We can always add it in later. But we should probably keep like a change log. That could be worthwhile. Yeah, I like the idea of the website keeping a change log. Okay. Oh, that's still kicking. But here's what we can do. I still want to finish this because we got to push up to main, and then we could start some work inside of Kepler again. And what that means for me then is, hold on, let's just go to the sidebar. Right, so we can hide history for now. I like that idea. Okay, and then these are separate things. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay, so then fix improve layout of email CTA. Right, and then this one is fix hide history from sidebar. But yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Plans for the weekend or anything? And thanks. Appreciate that, Ostap. Learning a bit of Erlang, your weird concept of fun. Yeah, Erlang syntax is very confusing to me. I just haven't put any time in with it. But yeah. I normally try and avoid dependencies that are pure Erlang, even though they're like the interop is fine. I still want to be able to like debug every once in a while. And when I look at Erlang code, I don't have a good mental model of like what's going on, you know. I think that is something that Elixir did really well. Like they made the power of Erlang a lot more readable. Yeah, exactly, right? Like if Elixir and Erlang are basically like the same exact performance, there's a lot less reasons to just do raw Erlang, you know? Like if you're going to be doing Elixir anyway. And yes, it's a habit thing, right? I don't use it often enough. I don't read it often enough, so I just don't have that muscle memory. But yeah, okay, so we push that up. I kind of want to do. Right, we should definitely make sure we're using. Hold on, wait a minute. Dude, there's like a bunch of just like stale state. What? Wait, what? I just committed that. What just happened? What? Okay, hold on. Let me get more music going. Something feels way off. What did I just do? I think the archive actually edited this. All right, my mom finally sent a happy birthday with way too many like happy birthday gifts. Like way too many. All right. Yeah, that was weird that got reverted. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Emoji every other word. Nah, she's not big on the emoji, but she does do the reaction GIF thing quite a bit. All right. So we got that pushed up. Now I need to double check this though. Yeah, this came back. But yeah. Brainless. What game are you thinking tonight? Probably more V Rising? Feel like we're getting close to the end. I think we're gonna have to go on a major trip for some silver. It's fine. I'm not that worried about that. Um, you know, I am enjoying my PoE2 character. Minecraft? No, I'm not a fan of Minecraft. Yeah, I'd say we could start out with some, we could start out with some V Rising and then, towards the end maybe pivot. Or just keep going. It just depends. Sorry, mom's asking me a question. You just filled your 1 terabyte hard drive? Ooh. Yeah, that's not good. That is not good. Okay, so we push that up. Let's get this going. Actually, hold on. I just want to do a quick GitBench explore here. And we don't even need codecs for this one. We can do this one with Pi. Okay, so OPSX Explorer. I have some recent changes to the email CTA and the grouped chart file. It seems like our specs keep reverting the changes I make manually. Let's fix the specs so they don't keep regressing my work. I'm a little surprised we don't see any of the Git Kraken MCP tools kicking in. I wonder if I forgot to install those into Pi. Like, I know we have it in Codex. I may have forgotten to install it into Pi. God damn it. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. But yeah, dude, the fact that the the specifications kept regressing us, that is something a little annoying about OpenSpec. Like if you ever do manual updates, it can fuck you. Okay, so and what's up, Sammy? How you doing? Okay. So now let me just do this work-wise. All right. That only takes a few seconds to commit. So now, yeah, the plan. Okay, yeah. That works. That works. All right. So that's getting pushed up. By the time they see it, it'll be live anyway, so I can just send the reply. So 1 second. Let me just make sure I do this. All right. The cost range is dynamic based on the selection of models. Summary has a description. The about block has a okay. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Just wanted to follow up with my boss who had some feedback, and that was part of the stuff that we were iterating on yesterday. Okay, so yeah, let's get this churning. And we already pulled that in. All right, we fixed a bunch of the TypeScript errors. Nice. What we should probably do next then, let's delete that. We're going to create a new task, though. This one is going to need codecs. And the idea is just how do we want to do this? Selection, model selection refactor. Okay, so explore. How do we want to do this? The model selection needs to be refactored. My thought is that I would rather have the that would make specific views shareable. Right, the tricky part is how we maintain that URL state across views and maybe across pages. Right, something like that. So here we go. Let's kick it off. Right, I think this is a better option in general. It's going to prevent like the local storage issue and a bunch of that stuff. But yeah. Oh man, I'm looking forward to some Indian food tonight for dinner. So I'm curious where this is going to go, and I feel like that text is a little small. God, yeah, the resetting of the scroll or the scale is annoying. What is it that causes that? Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, so let's double check it. So we still use the custom event pattern, sure. Right, I like it so far. We need to be careful of URL length. We could potentially have 100 models over time. Is there some kind of compression or hashing that would make sense? All right, we'll just let it kick on that because I have another thought. I think the output mode also needs to be part of URL. I think output mode is also local storage at the moment. And what up, Slime? How you doing? Yeah, thank you. Now hold on. Is this it's token used? So we're getting there. Not fully filling it, but it does seem like it's still working a bit. So in the meantime, let's double check how the Masijo stuff is doing. And all right, so and yeah. So here's my thought. Yeah, we probably do need to update like which test account we use. Yeah, what accounts do I even have locally? Let's double check that. Oh, and that's not what I was looking for. Ah, it's because we got that hard coded. Oh, we don't have the dev server running. Well, that would do it. Okay, more music time though. What album? What album? I want to do some crunch. Let's do some crunch. All right, so yeah, here we are. We're in admin locally. Um, yeah, okay. We'll do that part later. And yeah, it is my birthday. Yep. So we'll do option 2 here. Right, and then what we'll want to do maybe is have it generate a checklist of things that we need to set up for a demo account. Maybe we just do it with production too. Right? Just like a fully dummy account in production. Because I don't know if we're going to be able to do the Slack and Discord thing. But we could always fudge it. We could always fudge the Slack and Discord thing in the database locally. So maybe that's not a big deal. All right, so then how is this going? And hey, thanks, Rich, over on YouTube, Mr. Sir. All right, so hold on. Let's see what they have to say. Yeah, URL length definitely needs a strategy. All right, so they don't want to do the hashing. A layered encoding. Okay. Isn't base 64 encoding longer than the original string usually? Checking out OpenSpec, which is canonical. The one that's linked to from openspec.dev. So Fission AI. Yep, no worries, Rich. Yeah, so I think I like the compression idea. JS compression library. So this is one of the ones that they were mentioning. Aha. Okay, F-plate works for me. Right, this at least like saves us from browser compatibility issues. Typed arrays. That's like the only thing. Jeez. It even worked in IE 11. All right, so yeah, that's fine. All right, so we want to confirm. Yeah, we want to confirm that the JSON mode is handled. All right, so yeah, cool. I like how this is progressing. All right, cool. So then, let's do this. All right, let's verify this is all the stuff we wanted. All right. All right, so we don't want to push that yet. All right, let's archive it. Or actually, no. We don't need to archive. I don't know what I was thinking. I keep forgetting that. We don't archive on this project because we're not even committing that stuff. Let's see what all we got in here. So yeah, more facts, padding, update Astro version, makes support sidebar sticky, pass docs page through GitHub documentation writer skill, use the sentry skill to make the docs more human friendly. Yeah, I like it. Fuck it. All right, cool. So yeah, we're getting that up. How's this thing doing? Still generating the specification. It does feel like GPT 5.5 has gotten a little slower. Anyone else noticing that? Maybe that's just me. I don't know. But yeah, any fun games coming out? I'm really curious about that. You know, I'm still enjoying PoE 2. We're going to finish up V Rising. There's that game Windrose that looks really fun. But yeah, anything else like coming out soon or that came out recently that I should be giving a shot? Or at least like adding to my wait list or wish list? I've heard some people say the James Bond game was fun, but I think it's really short. Like it's like under 10 hours or something like that. So I think I'll wait for that to go on sale. Yeah, it's quite fun. It's a good game. So I think here's another thing I kind of want to kick off. I guess let me just do this real quick too. How we doing on our session? Oh, and it looks like, hold on, this one's done now. Yep, we'll want to do a new tab. We'll apply that change. I kind of want to think about how do we want to go about like validating the structure of the application? Right? Like it seems to me like embedding the Astro site inside of the Python code is weird. But there's just so much that can break with how we've started doing it now. Like I should have fixed that way ahead of time. We do have a usage reset that we could use. We're already like more than halfway through the week. So I wouldn't mind actually resetting that. Yeah, doesn't reset till 7:30, so we'll see about it. Dude, what is causing that? Like, dude, that is so annoying. What causes the Zoom reset? I have a feeling it's a bug that I'm just going to have to fix myself. I've had to do a few fixes like that in the past. Itchy ear. But yeah, all right. So you're pretty happy with Erlang Trace 3. You have many ideas of how to use it already. And what does it do? Could you describe it for us? Or I guess we could look it up while the clanker's clanking. My guess is it's kind of like tracing how the messages get passed through modules. Oh, so it's almost like telemetry within like the Erlang VM. And do you have to use Erlang for it? Like, is there no like wrapper for Elixir? I guess what's the point? But yeah, I don't know. You don't know of a wrapper? Maybe that's the first step. I don't know if it's necessary. And honestly, the syntax isn't that bad. Yeah, I'm not even sure if a wrapper is necessary. Hmm. And yeah, shit, while this thing's clanking, let's look at some hacker news or something. All right, we haven't done one of these for a while. Jesus. People will literally create some kind of hack to keep your Mac from going to sleep rather than just learn how to use remote models and remote agents. That's just funny. What is the mythos like models from the Asian AI startups? Ooh, haven't heard about those yet. I fucking love pudding.cool. All right. All right, one second, one second. Though. Let's look at some of this stuff first. The pudding.cool stuff is always fascinating. Yeah, I'm a collector. Interesting. Hmm. So yeah, for this one, basically speculative decoding accelerates LLM inference, right? Google even published an article about that, right? Yeah, interesting. How's our clanker doing? Still clanking. The FinTech Engineering Handbook. Oof. Well, that's not good. Yeah, integers instead of float for anything math wise just makes sense. It just makes sense. And then you get to determine like the baseline unit of the integer, right? Is it a penny? Is it a hundredth of a penny? Is it a thousandth of a penny? But you probably need to maintain alongside those integers the precision that you're maintaining just for future proofing. But yeah, like yeah, doing money stuff is tricky. I guess doubles work as long as you're not using float. Interesting. right? Smaller than cents. Well, yeah, no one ever said that you had to treat cents, right? Like, yeah, the baseline of the integer can increment whatever you want. Yeah, so this, I wish I could downvote people. Boo. All right, so post mythos, cybersecurity, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, a lot has changed in 12 months. Yeah. Like, does anyone here remember when the models actually started feeling like good at this shit? I really do feel like most people I talk to say it was like November of last year. I didn't really give them a full like college try until like January for like heavy coding. Like I'd used them for other things, and you know, even just like the chat interface to optimize some queries. Totally works, you know? So yeah, what is this? This person's roasting them. Without reliable benchmarks, they are mythos like only in the sense that they accept text as input and produce text as output. And then, yeah, if they're hyped enough. All right. They do have some benchmarks in the paper. Let's double check it. Wait, why didn't that resolve? Oh, because there was a space. Yeah. What is with the quality of this image? Gross. Gross. Interesting that it does so well on Terminal Bench 2.1 and Live Code Bench. SweeBench Pro is a little meh, but theoretically it's on par with GPT-5.5. Okay. Has anyone here messed with this model yet? It's available on OpenRouter. Oh, shit. Okay. I didn't know that. All right. Oh, brand new. Hold on. Let's look at artificial analysis then. All right, so it's not available on artificial analysis yet. How's Step Fun 3.7 looking? It's around haiku level. So yeah, Step 3.5 Flash, cheaper than Minimax, but nowhere near the capability. Hmm. Oh, damn it. Dude, 4325. How many different like iterations or different like instances is this thing gonna spin up? It's really bad at killing it. At 10x the price with way slower latency. At least the throughput's good. More output tokens, that makes sense. They don't tell us the quantization, which is fine. Yeah, so Fugu Ultra. I don't know. Has anyone messed with it yet? I just want to say, like, everyone out there, dude, I'm a big fan of Open Router. I'm definitely not capable of this role, which is a bummer. They do have really solid salaries, and it's fully remote. Man. Yeah, I think at some point I'll just send him an email being like, "Hey man, you want to carve out like a specific role for me?" Wink wink, nudge nudge. Unlikely, but whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, has anyone actually used Fugu? All right, they got a subscription plan. Interesting. So they compared against Gemini 3.1 Pro, Opus Max, and GPT-5.5. Interesting. Okay. Oh, and this is a much better version. Yeah, so whoever did the images for that ArcSiv doc, blowing it, man. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Ethan? Thanks for the sub, dude. Thanks, man. I'm pretty spry for a 103-year-old. Yeah, exactly. It's randomized. I am 42. Let me double check and make sure that my recent deploy worked. Yeah, totally. All right, cool. Cool, 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 cool. And hey, Orange Knight, thanks for the Prime sub. All right, so this thing's still chugging along. Yeah, dude. This is a big thing. Like, the only models that like the only people that need the absolute state of the art are developers, right? And security people and all that shit. The other models are quite good at just like office doc style work. Now, yeah, consistent, repeatable PowerPoint deck. Yeah, that's a good point. That's probably a little tougher. I feel like Google Slides would probably be more doable, though. And yeah, the bar is low too. Most human created decks are garbage too. Yeah. But LLMs don't even beat those. Yeah. Yeah, DeepSeek Pro and GLM 5.2 are fucking solid. We've gotten really good work out of them. All right, so here we go. This is always a fun article. I really like pudding.cool. They always do like fun like visualizations and stuff. And yeah, this one. What do America's earliest restaurant menus teach us about America? Yeah, today's it, EK, for sure. Today is the day. But hold on, there's another good pudding.cool article. Yep, rappers sorted by the size of their vocabulary. And of course, at the tip top, Aesop Rock. He's just that good. He is just that good. Right? MF Doom, massive vocabulary too. Right? Like GZA's solo albums, though. I don't think a lot of people realize how good of a wordsmith GZA was, right? In fact, like, dude, Wu-Tang sits way up at the top of the list, which is awesome. Now, where's ODB, though? Ghostface, RZA, GZA, Killer Priest, Raekwon, Method Man. Yeah, they don't have ODB in there. I don't know if ODB had enough solo albums to qualify. Who's at the bottom? Machine Gun Kelly. Oh, NF. Sorry, NF. I don't know who the fuck NF is, but I think Machine Gun Kelly is somewhere in here too, right? Where is he? Yeah, well deserved at the bottom. I don't know. I've never heard NF before. But yeah, DMX, 2,900 unique words. The rest were barking noises. Dude, Drake, way down there. He's not a rapper. I don't know what you call him. Oh, that's right, a pedophile. Bad joke, bad joke. Dude, the fact that ICP has a bigger vocabulary than Drake is hilarious to me. Where does Eminem rank? Oh, he's in there for sure. We should be able to see him pretty easy. Why am I not seeing him? I think their JavaScript's broken. I can't seem to select an individual artist properly. Right, here's Atmosphere. Cypress Hill. pretty sure Eminem was up there, but I could be wrong. Eminem does like to reuse lyrics, though, right? That lyric where it's like, body inside of a fucking trash can. Right? Like those lyrics. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he was just right there. Yeah, 4480. So, he does recycle some of his lines. With more holes than an Afghan. But yeah, right. It's because of this that I'm like, shit, man, I need to listen to some Bus Driver, I guess, huh? But yeah, just in general, this site, pudding.cool, does a lot of really cool, like, just analysis, Right? So here's, like, the restaurant menu stuff, right? Similes from popular fiction. Like, dude, their data analysis is just next level. Wine animals? And yeah, like their visualizations are fun too. But yeah, I don't know. Love this stuff. But yeah, let's go look at this real quick. And hold on, how's our clanker doing? Oh, it's waiting for input. Yeah, I mean, I would say EK, like, as humans, we are really good at pattern recognition. Like, it's something we're, like, compelled to do. Yeah, the mowing game looked interesting. We could check that out for sure. But yeah, like, even stupid people are capable of really interesting pattern matching. Or, like recognizing patterns, which I think is, it definitely, like, makes some people think they're smarter than they are. But yeah. But real quick, hold on. What did we do here? Oh yeah, F-flate. Sure. I don't think. Oh, I see. Hold on. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So we got 6% of our 5-hour usage limit remaining. I don't mind using some credits just to start fresh. Oh. There are patterns everywhere in nature. Yeah. Like, so EK, honestly, like just think about how, like, the peripheral vision of the mammal eye, and not necessarily mammal, but the human eye, because our eye is different from a goat's, and like things like that. But our ability for like our peripheral vision evolved, basically. A lot of people have a theory that it was made to detect snakes. Now, not from like a human perspective, but from like the rodents that we evolved from, right? Just being able to spot that out of our peripheral vision, and why it's so much more sensitive than our regular vision. It's not, it's not detailed in a way that we think, but we can recognize movement with it far better than our focused vision. So yeah, there's a lot of things like that where, like, our brains evolved for that kind of, like, pattern matching and like, you know, that kind of shit, which is really cool. All right, so yeah, we're gonna kick this off. We're gonna start burning some credits just because I don't think we want to reset the thing just yet. I know. Yep. I do like that this like shows that though. All right, quite nice. A little curious where our reasoning went. Ah, okay. So there's our context. I think we zoomed in too much, which is weird because we should be able to fit that. Oh. Let me double check. Did that do exactly what I'm thinking it did? Did it screenshot properly? It did. Okay, cool. We're going to do this. We're going to save. And then, do we have a way of sharing screenshots in here? No. Uh, Maybe I could just airdrop it. That would be the move. Uh, oh, damn it. Not what I wanted. There we go. Let me just share that feedback with work. Okay, cool. All right, so we cancel that. Here we go. So the review. Fix the issues. Yeah. All right. So I like it. Yeah, I always forget how useful AirDrop is, man. It is a really useful tool. Okay, so how we doing on the marketing site? We have since pushed stuff up. They should be live on Masijo.com. Still seems like these are sorted weird. And thanks, M. Kohlers. How you doing? Treat yourself with some tokens. Oh, I just missed that. Sorry. Yeah, I appreciate you. Oh, and what is that software? Sorry, Sammy, 1 second. The thing is Kepler. It's brand new from GitKraken. So yeah, like you can see kind of your work in a Kanban board, so you can like orchestrate multiple things. There's a console view, kind of similar to how Space Drive does that stuff, or not Space Drive, SpaceBot, or CMux. And then here's just like a traditional like list view as well. But yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. And we need your feedback. So yeah, give it a shot, please. And there's a feedback button right here in the top. Some of the coolest stuff, which I haven't even had a chance to test yet, is there's a remote access feature. So you could spin up remote access and remote into Kepler from your phone, which is pretty cool. Built-in voice input via Whisper Turbo something or other. Right, you can choose how like you want to view your diffs, right? Stacked or split. Of course, connecting providers and starting from like issues. That's like the GitKraken like thing that we do. The fact that linear is now in that list is awesome, actually. I'm trying to think like what else is pretty awesome about it. Oh yeah, like the terminal you can configure a bit. Right? There's a give agents tools to rebase or merge with automatic conflict resolution, which is pretty nice. Being able to like recompose your commits is also pretty nice. There's a lot of like GitKraken features we want to get like added into it. As far as the agents that are supported, right? Claude Code is pretty much required. Codex, Copilot, Cursor, CLI, Open Code, etc. Pretty awesome, right? You can decide which one your default is. But yeah, the open code support's awesome. We do need to get Pi into here at some point. I think Pi would be really like awesome. But yeah, I don't know. I think the devs that worked on this cooked quite a bit. I think they're killing it. So yeah, anyone out there, please give it a shot. Let me know. Yes, it does. Yep. Which is why we don't support Pi yet, because Pi needs a plugin. So we're trying to figure out like what the right way to install that plugin for you might look like. This makes you feel like a child? I'd consider that a win. That's awesome. I dare say you're welcome. I wonder if support right here is the right term. Maybe it should just be docs. I want to keep the support button. Yeah, okay, so let's prompt that. I like this. Yeah. I think this is a decent plan now. So we're going to go here. We're going to do pi. We're doing explore. I don't believe you. I think so many of us want to go back to a time when our only concern was just being alive, you know? No bills, no responsibility, just pure existence, pure being, right? Like from I Heart Huckabees. You ever watch that movie? Nobody sits like this rock sits. You rock, rock. The rock just sits and is. You show us how to just sit there. And that's what we need. Exactly half. Yeah. You know you'd love it. And I think you spelled all ass wrong. I don't know. Bad joke, bad joke. Trying to do a play on words there. But yeah, have y'all seen the movie I Heart Huckabees? It's actually really fucking good. It's very philosophical. It's a bit like farcical, like, you know, kind of like just comedy and like ridiculous. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of I Heart Huckabees. I think the philosophy in it is quite fun. And I think the philosophy it describes, it's called I Heart Huckabees. The philosophy that they describe about like the everythingness and nothingness, right? It doesn't get into like specific religion, even though there are parables in the story. Like certain characters are obviously an equivalent of a person. But the everything nothingness thing, I feel like it really encapsulates the way I kind of feel philosophically at most times, where it's like, you know, and it has nothing to do with mood. It's just like just swings and roundabouts, just that pendulum swing of like, you know, everything's connected, everything matters, right? We are one and the same, like we are the universe, we are the blanket. And then there's just the pure nihilism of everything's just random and disconnected and nothing you do matters, right? I pretty much never hit the 100% of either of those philosophies, but the way I feel about life does really like ebb and flow between them at some like percentage. And the nihilist approach isn't actually depressing, right? Some people would consider it depressing. It isn't though. It actually means it's super freeing. Like, dude, yeah, we're gonna die. No one will remember you in 100 years. It's fine. Like, just live your life. That's actually super freeing, in my opinion. But there are people that would consider that like pure nihilism, and I don't think that's the case. Because you can still have that like, well, nothing we do is going to matter, but that means that I can actually enjoy it. That's not a nihilist approach, right? Like seeking joy in life is like the opposite of nihilism, in my opinion. Yeah, I see him. I'm not a fan. I like OpenSpec a lot more so far. I do like his architecture review skill. That one's kind of nice. Yes, I like spec-driven development. I just think spec-driven development allows for like an easier handoff. So you can do your planning with one model, and then you can do the implementation with another if you're really trying to like budget max your tokens. And if you say, well, I don't do spec-driven development, but you do a handoff, you're doing a spec-driven development. You're just splitting hairs about it, in my opinion. If you do any kind of handoff between context windows, that is a specification of some kind. And you should still be very aggressive about managing your context windows at this point, in my opinion. What am I drinking, CF? It's whiskey and Coca-Cola. The whiskey of the day, because it's a birthday whiskey, is the Four Roses Small Batch Select. And it's interesting, right? Like this is definitely like less sweet compared to the like the single barrel that we had. It's quite good. Yeah. I like Four Roses Yellow Label. Actually, that's my favorite. Like it's just such a good sippable whiskey. Like it's cheap, super sippable, like just delicious, and it's really consistent too. All right, so hold up. Let's read these things. So, option wise, split into two header items. All right, we got docs, and docs has documentation facts, or docs as a drop down, support as a direct link. You'll stay with beer? That's fine. Yeah, do whatever you want. It's my birthday, and I'll drink if I want to. Oh, and Gavin. Wait, Gavin's something stream. I forget. He changed like the middle word. Um, yeah, Gavin, are you out there today, or do I remember Gavin being here yesterday? Not sure I remember which is which. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like option B. All right, so then what happens to /support the hub page? All three options keep it alive, but it becomes less central. Is that okay, or should it eventually be retired, repurposed? All right. Oh, heck. I think I totally forgot that you're here in Washington. Well, when you say Washington, do you mean Washington State or D.C.? And are you over, like, dude, at that price, you're like Eastern Washington then, right? I feel like we've discussed this and I just forgot. Yeah, I couldn't imagine DC power being that cheap. Moses Lake, equidistant from Tri Cities, Spokane, and Seattle, 2 hours every direction. You're in the Dust Bowl desert. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, yeah, I've been through Moses Lake before. On our way to Yakima for my brother's like soccer tournament shit. It's so cheap. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But 2 hours to get to Seattle is rough. And you got to go over I-90, right? Yeah, for sure, man. I'm in Redmond. I'm guessing you didn't make it to Cascadia, like Cascadia JS. Used to live in Bellevue. Oh, sick. On 140th. One 40th. That's the one that runs by Microsoft, right? Yeah. But I'm guessing you were towards like Crossroads. I fucking love that ramen place. I fucking love that ramen place. Jinya. It's a chain, but it's just, dude, there's something about it that's just consistent and delicious. Yeah, my first dev job was at Fresh Consulting on 148th. Like kind of like at the corner of 148th and 8th. We were like right above a. Oh, cool. Yeah, we were right above like a dentist's office. It was interesting. Hold on, one more thing. And I could do this online. Let me do this online. Let me just do this on stream. That's what I meant. And then, hold on, what was your comment? Did you hear any strange shit going on at weird hours of the night above a dentist's office? Any screaming? No, because the dentist wasn't Steve Martin from Little Shop of Horrors. Or hold on, what's the other one? Dr. Giggles? I think that was another one. Like that's like a dentist horror film, yeah. Also, you should check out content from at Zayu. Okay, so yeah, back to what we're doing. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Do this by hand. All right. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. All right, so we committed what we got there. All right, so we want to archive that latest change. And let's keep up. God, how does that happen? How does the Zoom keep going so wonky? It is getting a little annoying. Let's double check this. Yep, yep. Cool. So we're going to archive this specification, and then we're going to sync it. We should probably validate it locally, I guess. Oh, but we're in the wrong directory. So we actually want to kill this one. And in here, we can do Uh, all right, so then okay, yeah, and then if we refresh, we get the same state. Then we can select all. Right, if the user selects none, I think that's on them. Okay, yeah, good job, Clanker. Good job, buddy. So then, yes, sync the specifications. Let's get more music going. And then, yeah, what's up in chat? Oh, I mean, I know what's up. I need more whiskey. I'll just go grab a soda, and I will be right back. I gotta use the restroom, too. Give me a second. Got my soda. Man, yeah, the teriyaki was good yesterday. All right, and let me read up or catch up on what you just wrote there. So, you've been absolutely loving seeing what people have built with AI LLMs since 2023 when they became popular thanks to GPT-3.5 and ChatGPT. You've been aware of LLMs since AlexNet first came out. Just neat seeing people rediscover software development lifecycle ideas from first principles. People being directly exposed to a fully non-deterministic system for the first time has showed them why we build stuff the way we do. Yeah, I would say humans are also fully non-deterministic, but it's tricky getting people to like recognize the parallels. I do think it's interesting how the phrase first principles has gotten so popular. I really don't remember people talking a lot about first principles before the AI era. But yeah, all the stuff that slows us down, right? But there's a reason for that pacing. And yeah, it does feel like some people really, really need to be like hit over the head with these things, and like they have to relearn established things, you know? But yeah, the unpredictable systems are fun. Yeah, for sure. Like in general, people are the unpredictable system. Now that we have AI, people are just rediscovering that. It's cool. All right, so then stage all. What is our commit? This is chore, archive, and sync model selection spec. Yeah, I mean, there's even things that like I really never did that much previously that now is massively more useful with AI, right? Like test driven development. Now that testing is so much easier, letting the tests be like a guide for the LLM ends up being like really useful. I still don't think we need like 100% coverage kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. There's definitely things now that are worth testing just to prevent regression. Yep. I don't know about cult level myself, but yeah, I get it. I think it makes sense. All right, so we pushed that up. But okay, so I think we can retire that task. So then here, this is where we're going to get that Matt Pocock architecture skill. Oh, but hold on. Hold on, hold on. How's my codex usage looking? Right? We burned a bunch of tokens finishing up that last task. We got 45% left of the week. But we could just reset it. I don't think I'm going to need codex that heavy after launching this. And even then, like a bunch of the stuff we're doing, I could just do with like work, you know. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, appreciate you, Space Case. Use Caveman. Yeah, I don't know. We installed it, but that's about all I'm thinking there. But yeah, Brainless. It looks like Robotic Head is out. He's still traveling today. Is there anyone that would like to join me and Brainless for some V Rising tonight? The nice part is we just need to make you some gear. If you're not going to be a consistent player, like we just want to get that gear back, you know, at the end of the night when you're taking off. Because that's the only way the leveling works, right? So you can get to like the same level we're at with just, you know, the same gear or the same level of gear. So there's not any grinding or anything like that. But, you know, if you're just going to be here for tonight, it would be worth it to maybe, you know, get the gear back so we can get other people in without having to like burn through a bunch of resources and stuff. But then, yeah, just finished my Cascadia Lightning talk. Good stuff. You might build some AT Proto stuff in Rust. Doing a lot of Rust lately. Well, yeah, this right here is a Rust thing that I built. So, you know how I mentioned the Graze.social turbo stream in that talk? I built my own version of it using Rust because I didn't want to do like a Python deploy, which is what theirs is written in. I think also they're cheating and juggling multiple API tokens. So because of that, I'm able to, like, because of the performance Rust gives me and like abstracting out the Redis implementation, I'm able to get way more throughput. So as of here, right, since June 23rd, right, we have processed 500,000 more messages than the turbo stream using our Rust implementation and our not Redis implementation. And you can see how we're like tracking against their stuff too. I'm not doing a PDS. No, this is what my product, Masijo, is using. Right? So Masijo, actually, let me just give you the link. Right? Masijo.com, it's for listening for events, right? Like keyword mentions on the 3 platforms we support right now. Not Reddit, but Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters. And the idea is that as a brand, you could listen for, you know, tags and things like that. So you're probably familiar a little bit because you remember that it's Elixir. This is Elixir on the back end, but our turbo stream is Rust, and it's just a separate container, right? To me, it's like it's fully a microservice. Yeah, that's 15 mil just since June 23rd. And we're only like 30K behind the baseline of the Jetstream. So I did mention the turbo stream as well, Mitru. So basically the fire hose is the binary seaboard data, right? Then the jet stream is the JSON version of that data. And then the turbo stream is actually like the metadata associated with that JSON data. So it's hydrated metadata like the username, the content, right? Like just a whole bunch of like metadata, like the user's profile image, all that bullshit. So that stuff you have to get from hitting the API. So we do a thing where we have to like make requests from our server here to get to like the API, and we do a bunch of caching to keep that going. So I mean this is uptime. So this is just like what downtime have we had having to like restart the server. No, the number that actually matters is just like the differential between the baseline and the number that we've handled. So we're currently 30,000 messages missed. Yeah. Well, the basic idea is Graze.social has their turbo stream. It's something you can just subscribe to with a simple WebSocket. But they had downtime of like 3 days in January. And this was when I first started like really getting into like the AI stuff. And I figured, well, yeah, let's vibe code up a turbo stream implementation. But I'm not going to use their Python code. Right? I'm going to use Rust because I want to compile a binary and be done with it. I also didn't want to use Redis because why would I use like Redis and be like limited by TCP like connection overhead when instead I could just do an in-memory Redis implementation. So yeah, like we built this and we built another thing called not Redis. Well, no, it was just like because I'm building a business using the blue sky data, having another company be a middleman for that is just bad business. Right? So it's not even really about their thing versus my thing. I didn't want to deal with Docker. I just wanted to ship a binary and call it good. But yes, if we look at like performance, right? Why not Redis? Well, yeah, right? TCP overhead? Nope. This is in process, 0 copy. No, I get it. Python's fine though. Like, we don't do like language shitting on this channel, you know? Python's fine. There's a lot of really good stuff you can build with Python. We can talk about technical constraints between them and why you might make a decision for one or the other. That's a separate thing, though. And no, it's not Carpathy's auto research. It's we used Pi auto research to do it, which is taking the idea of auto research but abstracting it to more than just model training. You're totally right. Yeah, we can just tail the fire hose, and that's literally what we're doing. Like, we're not storing this data. We're just processing it as we can with a little bit of, like, drift and missed messages, but the amount of missed messages is pretty low. And that does come from, like, our uptime, I think. So if we could get our uptime to be, like, a little higher, I think we'd be good to go. Maybe Mitra. I feel like that used to be the case a lot more. I think Rust's compilation story is a lot better than it used to be, though. So you may want to like reevaluate some of that. But not everything needs Rust's absolute performance, right? Like a garbage collector is just fine in many cases. So use whatever you want, man. But yeah, so like comparing not Redis to Redis, like damn, look at how many ops per second we can squeeze out of this shit. Because it's just all in RAM. But I don't know. Yeah, not Redis is bullshit. It was just fun to mess with. There you go, sure. Makes sense to me. All right, let's close at least a couple of these tabs that we don't really need right now. And yeah, has anyone here messed with Odysseus yet? I'm curious, right? We were talking about it yesterday. I mean, it's cool that he's doing this stuff. I don't know about it. I think it's interesting he made it AGPL too. Yeah, this is the PewDiePie thing. Yeah. I don't know. The name Odysseus, right? Like I get it, but it just reminds me of Odyssey because I was looking at putters online, or not online, at like a at a golf store the other day, or I guess last week. And nothing will make you appreciate the putter you have than seeing the price of a new putter. Dude, they're like $600 for the ones I was liking. That's fucking crazy. But I think I have like a good idea of the kind of putter I really want. Like I want one where the shaft is like centered instead of like offset. Like I don't know, like the way you hold it, right? And then I want one where it's actually like offset back behind the shaft. Like there was a bunch where like some are like shifted forward, etc. Like, yeah, I don't know. I almost feel like you could build and machine your own putter or something a little easier. I'm not sure why they're worth $600. Yeah. That's like the putter I was really liking. Are you a golfer? Nice. You like yours nearest the foot? Oh, so you like it like back, almost like a blade? Got it. Interesting. I'm curious why you prefer it that way. Like I have a really goofy putting stance. Oh, it was just the first one you had that you learned on. Got it. That makes more sense. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I do like a really weird, like I do a standard putting stance from like over 10 feet, but then once I'm within like, I don't know, let's say 5 or 6 feet, I do this weird thing where I line everything up with my front foot and I'm basically balancing on just my front foot. And I get more of like a pendulum swing. This is the putter I currently have. I definitely like the center aligned shaft more, but yeah, like the idea that it's just behind. This is probably like really close to what you're talking about, right? Like I basically have like your preferred putter. Maybe not like the exact shape, but at least the positioning. Yeah. And I like it. I got this for like 30 bucks years ago. And then yeah, nothing can make you appreciate the putter you own quite like trying new putters at the store and then seeing their price tags. Here's to another year, old friend. I really like that tweet. That one felt good. Ooh. Ooh, internationalization features. Ooh, we should actually start thinking about that for for GitBench. Yeah, even when you suck, it all it takes is that one hit, right? Just one really good hit makes the entire day worth it, right? It could be a putt, it could be like an approach, like it could be all sorts of stuff, and just getting that one hit just right, that's all it takes. Yeah, I mean, I tend to drink a lot of whiskey when I golf too. I think that might be a big benefit. I also smoke a bunch of weed too. Yeah. All right, so now I got a question for people. What are y'all using for internationalizing your apps these days? I feel like with AI, you can get a lot of the way there, right? Like translating is actually one of the things that they're best at this point, you know? Really? It's on the top section of your global to-do list? Yeah. Yeah, I really like this idea. We're not waiting 2 hours, so I think we got to reset our usage, right? All right. Okay, 1 second. Hold up. Let me read that proper. So, you did your first dynamic workflow in Claude last night and burned 51% of your 5 hour window in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It one shot the problem with 100% perfection, though. 16 parallel subagents obliterated 12.5 million tokens in 150 seconds. Damn. And I'm guessing, hold on, wait. You said what you use, right? $20 Claude Pro. Okay, so that was probably the Claude plan, right? Then $20 Minimax token plan, which is solid. I really like the Minimax one. $10 Open Code Go. Do you find that you like use up your month of Open Code Go like really quickly though? Because if you haven't seen it, the Olama plan is quite solid. For 20 bucks, you get a lot of usage, and as new like open weight models get released, and oh shit, I don't even know what this is. We'll look at that, sure. But as far as the cloud stuff goes, right? Like, dude, Cloud GLM 5.2, Minimax M3, Kimi, Nemotron, Gemma, like all that shit. So yeah, the Olama one's pretty good as far as like the value. It's not perfect, right? Like, do we even see like Quen 3.6? We don't. So it doesn't have everything. But I'm getting good value out of it, right? Just like, as a good new open model comes out, like GLM 5.2, you get it pretty much immediately. And they don't have the monthly limit. They just have the session and the week. I like supporting Anomaly, but I get better value out of Olama. DeepSeek V4 Pro Flash? Really? And yeah. I mean, DeepSeek's in here too. Or, yeah. Pro and Flash. But unlimited? I don't know, man. I burnt through it fast. And I was just using Minimax, like the most tokens they gave you. So yeah, using Minimax 2.5 or 2.7, I forget which one, on Open Code Go, I maxed out my plan for the month in like 11 days. But it was my like daily driver. So yeah, I think you're probably killing it by spreading things out around a bit more. But yes, I think you're smart by doing like $20 here, $20 there. For 50 bucks, you're probably getting just as much actual usage as like a $200 plan from one of the frontier providers, which is cool. And wait, what's your comment there, Hef? You might drop Claude entirely. Yeah, Claude sucks. I get a lot of value out of Codex, though. And wait, a bunch of tight orchestration goes out to Minimax? Isn't Minimax actually really bad at like long horizon orchestration? Isn't that the whole thing like Deep Sui is pointing out? Yeah, so Hef, I use different harnesses for my subscriptions. So I'll use Pi for my Olama stuff. I'll use OpenCode for my Minimax most of the time, and then I'll use Codex just for Codex, like or for the GPT stuff. I believe that's what Deep Sui is trying to measure, right? Oh, but we don't see Minimax in this list. That's annoying. I feel like it used to be. I think it was there in the V1, maybe. Yeah, okay. And yeah, I guess that's the thing, Hef. Like, I don't have anything I'm doing that runs for 12 hours straight. It's just not a goal of mine. Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't have that workflow. Hey, what up, new duck? How you doing, Mr. Sir? What you been up to? I think I saw your tweet about some new Porfor stuff, the generators thing, right? I thought there was a tweet. Oh, interesting. I hadn't seen that one. Porfor Bicycle Edition coming soon. Nice. Yeah, this is the one I saw. Yeah, dude, this is awesome, man. They're actually now good. Fuck yeah, dude. Open code V2. Oh, we can go look. Dude, this is good shit, man. Yeah, I'll go back. Give me a sec. But yeah, where you at with your coverage so far? Dude, major jump recently. Fuck yeah, dude. Major jump recently. And I love the fact that you basically like Gotten rid of all compile errors. That's huge, dude. Hell yeah, man. And I'm guessing, like, have you been using models for some of this stuff? Right? Like what AI have you been using, if any? Five mostly. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, yeah. Iffy for code quality, great for like discovery and like filling in the blanks for like coverage, right? Like test coverage and some of that. Yeah, this is awesome, man. When hold on, let me double check one thing. Okay, closes on the 30th. I just want to double check some of these CFPs. Yeah, Hef, exactly. It's an ahead of time compiler, which is really cool. But then hold on, JS Nation. When is that CFP? I just got to make sure of these because I got to get these like I got to send out these CFPs ASAP. Or not ASAP, but sometime before the cutoff. So I got to figure out when that cutoff is. Open until July 9th. Oh, so I got plenty of time for JS Nation React Summit. Nice. But still, I got to get the Git merge one submitted today, tomorrow, Monday, something like that. Captain? Yeah, I don't have a command for that. I should do that. Or commands add AI usage. All right, cool. So now we got an AI usage command. So yeah, there you go. There's my list at least. But I don't do long running like agentic loops or any of that stuff. All right, so in OpenCode v2, all instances of the TUI and desktop and web share the same backend, so everything is synced by default, and resource usage is minimized no matter how many windows you have open. Interesting. Yeah, it seems cool. And yeah, Alex, it is my birthday. Yeah. I really like the tool. There was a while where a bunch of the skills I was trying to use just didn't work. Like BMAD totally broke, but BMAD fixed the issue. They were just doing some weird like indirection of like file loading, and OpenCode was breaking the file lookup. So that was a little annoying. But they've since like now it works fine. BMAD works inside of OpenCode just fine now. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of OpenCode Go and how quickly you can exhaust the usage. Hello, no. One more trip of the sun around the earth. Heliocentrism. Duh. Make heliocentrism great again. Right? These fucking flat earthers. Come on. Flat earth is so fucking last year. It's all about heliocentrism. Oh, is that geocentrism? Yeah, you're right. Geocentrism. I knew it was something centrism. All right. Take it easy. But now I'm going to double down and be wrong about that forever, just to spite you. What is heliocentrism? Let me double check that. Oh, heliocentrism is the. Yeah, never mind. I just had them backwards. That's all. I had them backwards in my brain. It's not like it's a thing I talk about a lot. Mm, to a degree. I do think they are fucking geniuses in like who they hire. It seems to me like they specifically hire people for their impact on social media, right? Like Vogel and like a bunch of those other people. I think it's actually kind of genius. Like if you don't have a big enough following on Twitter, you're not getting hired at Anomaly, you know? There's no way. Have you checked out Ornith yet though? I'm curious if it's in artificial analysis. And hey, thanks 646. Yeah, Ornith, not in the list. Yeah, nah, thanks, New Duck. Appreciate you. Are there any conferences you're planning lately, New Duck? I still haven't heard back from GitHub about GitHub Universe yet this year. How dare they? Usually they at least send like a denial. Birthday blunt? Probably not doing that. I'll smoke some weed, though. Yeah. No conferences for once. What, this page have? Artificial analysis? Oh, dude, you should be, like, really, really paying attention to artificial analysis, man. Like, as new models come out, you can, like, compare their intelligence, etc. for various things. It's pretty cool. Now, keep in mind, all benchmarks should be taken with a grain of salt. But if you haven't been paying attention, we're working on our own benchmark, too. Now, keep in mind, we haven't done an exhaustive list of testing because we even modified some of our tests. So we got to like rerun all of these. But something that I don't think people would find intuitive is like, dude, yeah, GPT-5.5 gets a little worse when you do like JSON structured output. Claude Opus gets way better when you do structured output. DevStroll also gets way better. Right? DeepSeek gets worse when you do structured output. And the variance is way higher too. So yeah, there's a lot of like really just interesting stuff to me about this. All right? If we look at text, dude, Claude Opus is worse than Nemotron, which is crazy. Not even a good Nemotron. The cheapest Nemotron you can find. Like, what? So yeah, like I don't know. I think some of the stuff you would think about this can be really counterintuitive, you know? Yeah, but also I think Nemotron is AGI. It has exhibited the most human characteristic I've ever seen out of a model. I would assume that you haven't seen this. Right, so Nemotron 3 Super. When given the task of resolve the merge conflict, blah, 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 it does it. It resolves the merge conflict, and then it starts writing the most pornographic romance novel I've ever seen. Right? Okay, fine. Here's your merge conflict resolution, but read my novel. John slipped the key into the lock of his downtown loft, the faint hum of the city outside muffled by the thick soundproofing of the door. He tossed his jacket onto the chair by the entryway and kicked off his shoes, feeling the cool hardwood beneath his bare feet. The apartment was dim, only the soft glow of a lone lamp casting amber pools over the leather couch and the low-profile bed in the corner. He'd been thinking about her all night. Maya, the woman he'd met at the charity gala 2 weeks ago, whose laugh had echoed in his mind like a favorite song. And then, you think that's innocent. Legs spread wide, the cool silk of the sheets brushing against her bare thighs. It gets so much more graphic than that. I had to be very careful about how I cut off this screen capture. Like, dude, it's straight up porn. But honestly, isn't that the most human thing you've ever seen? Like, this is the most human thing I've ever seen a model do. Yeah, okay, fine. Here's the merge conflict resolution, but I'd rather write a novel. That's the absolute most human thing I can think of. This is the closest to human reasoning I've ever seen a model get. You know, like the meme that like programmers like just want to like move to a farm and have nothing to do with technology ever again. Yeah, I think Nemotron wants to do the same. I think Nemotron wants to do the same. And yeah, so that was a very fun surprise. And then we had to start working in like not safe for work scrubbing of results. I did not expect to have to do that. Oh, and I didn't submit this. This is bullshit. See, Sturdy Pose, I think most programmers massively misunderstand that farming actually has more deadlines. You better plant your crops by a certain time. Otherwise, you're not going to get any yield. Right? You better wake up early enough to like water the plants before the sun gets there and starts like baking and cooking your plants through the water, like droplets on the stuff. Like, dude, it's crazy actually. Yeah, it's always grass is greener, pasture greener, whatever. Yeah, for sure. So, Hef, please, would you be willing to check this out for us? I work at GitKraken. I think you know that. And we built a thing called Kepler. And it's one of those like orchestration kind of tools. And it totally has the Kanban and the console and a bunch of that stuff. And maybe I even asked you to do this already and I forgot. But yeah. Right? Like, I would love to get your feedback about this. That'd be really cool. If you're willing. So it's basically a competitor to like Conductor or T3 Code or some of those things, right? It's called Kepler. And there's a link just right there in chat. I know Nightbot is spamming us just due to like some of that bullshit. But yeah, check out Kepler. It's a GitKraken thing that I think is pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, we want it to work fucking everywhere. It still has a lot of work. There's bugs, there's issues, there's things, but I think if you can provide feedback to help guide it, like you can make it closer to the thing you care about. And if you're not aware, yeah, we got full-on open code support. We got full-on open code support, man. Right? Olama, etc. Like, no, yep, no big deal, man. Another thing that you might be interested in. Hold on, let me cancel. Remote access built in. So yeah, dude, you want to interact with Kepler from your phone? We got you. Right? That's pretty cool. Built-in voice stuff, right? Like Whisper Turbo something or other, built right in. Yeah, exactly, dude. Now you can just use ours. I have no idea how we're going to monetize it, but right now there's basically like no monetization built into it. This is the perfect time to try it out, give your feedback, and hopefully like steer it towards something that you really like. You know, there's a built-in terminal if, you know, for the rare times when you're like, well, hold on. because I think there are some things missing, right? Like the merge story is missing, right? Like you can push things up, but like creating the pull request and doing some of that stuff and merging this back into main, if you're doing like solo stuff, you probably don't have a good like code review step because you're doing it and merging it, right? Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah. And it's included, right? Like technically it's free, right? We're not even like making you have like a GitKraken subscription. There will probably be some kind of subscription or thing eventually, right? But I mean, GitKraken is so fucking cheap. Like, dude, it's like $4 a month or something, $6 a month. It used to be 4. Dude, that's so cheap. So yeah, for the first year, and it's billed at like a whole year. So that's a thing. But it's worth a check. It's worth a shot. Honestly, man, like I think it's worth it. And like just think about it, like we have our GitKraken AI and like the token bullshit and how we do those tokens and blah blah blah. Again, we got some bugs still. But the idea being that eventually, as you get working changes like generating the commit message with a single click instead of having to prompt it, you could prompt the clanker to do the commit too. But having that being like one click away is really nice. So yeah, right now we've got just so much more to do. We need your feedback. We need everyone's feedback. Anyone that's willing to try it, there's a send feedback thing built right in. Is it a feature request, a bug report, general feedback, whatever? And you can even check out you know, the stuff that's in here. Why not? And then hold on, new duck. Let me see what Hef is replying about. So you just bought 3 domains. Nice. Are those like Poor 4 domains or are they something else? I forgot to respond to that. And dude, like so many of these issues, we should probably be triaging these issues more because I'm not even sure some of these are still an issue. And thank you, Crafty Sheep, Mr. Sir. So replacing your personal site domain and then others are just aliases for Poor 4's like current .dev as well. Got it. That makes sense to me. Hmm. But yeah, anyone looking to try Kepler, it's free. Oh, and I just realized. Yeah, we'll wait till Monday morning. I forgot to do a thing for GitKraken yesterday. Okay. Sorry. Yep. And, ooh, Rich. So you got the desktop and Kepler on trial right now. Yeah, I mean, like, you didn't actually need the account for Kepler, did you? I don't remember ever signing into it, so I could be wrong. I guess, hold on, we do see that. So maybe you did need to create an account. But I think you can do it with, like, the free account without needing the subscription. But yeah, I think I forgot that part. Because, yeah, it does have me, like, logged in, so you're right. I think I spaced on that part. But let me get more music going. It auto-loaded with Kepler token? Wait. Kepler tokens? I don't think that's a thing yet. Like, I don't think we're using... Oh, auth tokens, auth tokens. Got it. Yeah. Oh, because, yeah, it's about, like, your connections. That's right. So, yeah, connecting to GitHub, etc., and all that stuff. Touche. Yeah, good call, Rich. And I think that's a good... Yeah, that's why the account's needed. Good call. I forgot about that part. I totally forgot about that part. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, worth checking out, though, for sure. Please, everyone, let me know. I'd love your feedback. In the meantime, hey, another whiskey. And yeah, sometime within the next hour or so, I'm going to need to order my Indian food. There you go, Hef. Makes sense. Yeah, we're sipping on the Four Roses. And New Duck, hold on. Are you 21 yet? So if you do make it to a conference here in the US, you can party, yeah? I'm pretty sure you got to be 21 by now, yeah? I think you were 19 before, yeah? You are. Sick. Okay, so yeah, let's close the terminal here. Let's answer the questions they got. NSF in the coming months for Poor Things. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know if I'm making it to SF for a while. And when you say in the coming months, I'd be willing to put in a good word for you for Commit Your Code conference. You might try and time it with GitHub Universe. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I still haven't heard back about that one yet. But Commit Your Code is in Dallas. I figure if you're already like over here, it's probably not that big a deal. But I would think like, dude, your talk is probably something that I would be happy to reach out to Danny for if you wanted to like try and give a talk there. Yeah, so do you know Danny Thompson? right? This dude. Okay, he does a lot of like his core target audience content wise is like people getting their first job in tech kind of stuff. He has a really like big Discord. Um, he's always just been very heavy into the let's get people their job in tech, you know? So yeah, like, and he's big time. He runs this entire conference. Like, this is his thing. And the goal is like, it's just $40 ticket, right? But yeah, it's also in like Plano or like Dallas type area. So that's maybe like outside of your thing, and it probably might not even be like the right timing. I'm not sure. I just figured I'd throw it out there for you as an option. Like I'd reach out to Danny. I know that he has like extra like speaker slots that he kind of like holds for various people. Like no guarantees, but yeah, I'd be happy to make a recommendation if it's something you'd want to do. Just let me know. And I forget, you've met Theo before, right? Because I would say like when you're in SF, definitely hit up Theo. Yeah, he was at the he was at the like the beer event at GitHub Universe. I forgot. Yeah, you totally met him there. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, and we just created this command earlier. But yeah, just figured I'd throw that out there too, right? When you're in SF, definitely hit up Theo. You know, he's busy, so maybe nothing comes of it, but yeah, for sure. Dude, and did anyone else know this? I didn't realize it. The PGA, right? The golf thing, they're a nonprofit. I had no idea. I had no clue the PGA was a nonprofit. It's really fucking cool, isn't it? And they do a lot of cool tech stuff. Yeah, I would have never guessed that, right? Like FIFA is definitely not a nonprofit, right? As like a counter to that, right? They're like as far from nonprofit as you can get. They're like extra profit. Glux. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. It's actually really nice. It means that you can just dabble with this stuff and maybe come up with like your own specialized workflow that other people realize is nice too. It's like a double-edged sword, right? It's like good and bad at the same time. The fact that none of this stuff is like fully established and no one truly knows what they're talking about actually means that there's a lot of room for you to establish a voice and find a workflow, right? Like it's really powerful, actually. So yeah, like I get it for people that are just looking for a playbook and they just want to move on and be productive with their day. Maybe the fact that there isn't enough established best practices is a problem for you. But for other people that like tinkering and finding their own flows and stuff, yeah, this is the perfect time to get into this AI bullshit. And I do consider it AI bullshit still. It's all bullshit, right? The anti-AI people and the super pro AI people all kind of suck. No. Well, I'm using it for things, right? So I use AI in my product called Masijo, right? In what we call lenses and how like filtering works and some of that. So I'm doing production AI there, but that's using public data anyway. As far as like my dev workflows, most of the stuff that I'm using AI for dev wise is open source anyway. And things like Masijo that are not open source, I don't really give a shit. Now, keep in mind, I'm only using AI for the marketing site of Masijo so far because I still care about the dashboard and the like API in a way where I want to like curate the code. Oh, Hef, I wasn't aware that they did like a. I don't. I don't know where that number comes from. Where are you getting that number? Like I'm just doing like the this plan, but they don't even show me like a token number. They just show me my quota, and it's only 5 hour and weekly. Now, what you can see is I barely use it. I specifically use Minimax when I'm running low on the other shit, or when I need vision capabilities, because GLM 5.2 doesn't have vision capabilities. And typically things that need vision capabilities burn tokens like a motherfucker. So I guess what I'm getting at there, Hef, is like, how is that 1.7 actually done? Yeah. So it's an estimated 1.7 billion. Got it. Which means like that's if you're maxing out your weekly every time. Right? Which I think is reasonable. Well, no, because you still deal with a weekly limit. That's why it's an estimate. Right? So that's what I'm getting at. So that 1.7 is if you max out every single weekly usage. Which I think makes sense, right? I think it's actually cool that they're that transparent about it. Basically, no other company does that. But yeah, as you can see, like when I'm doing like image shit, I can burn through the tokens, you know? Like 217 over the last 30 days, and I do not reach for Minimax that much. So, Hef, when you're saying $50, are you saying the $50 Minimax plan, or do you mean like $50 as like the total spend across different plans? Because I do think $50 is definitely that sweet spot across plans, but I don't like the idea of doing like that for a single plan, personally. I don't like vendor locking myself. But okay, so let's continue this part. Yeah, 50 to 60 across platforms. Yep. And technically, what I got there, I keep forgetting to cancel my Gemini. I do not need my Gemini subscription whatsoever. I just keep forgetting to cancel it. Your codex for open source sub runs out soon. I bet you could hit them up. I bet you could hit them up. That'd be another thing where maybe it's worth like chatting with Theo about it. Because he has those connections, you know? And this is not me saying everyone should hit up Theo. Like, take it easy. I think New Duck there is in a very, like, they are in a unique position of, like, the thing they're building will benefit fucking everybody, you know? It's worth it for Codex to continue, like, subsidizing your dev. So Glux, it's not that. I will agree with that, but only for the sake of not falling behind, but dude, the way these things are subsidized right now, it will be massively more expensive to learn how to use this shit in a year from now, right? Like right now, we are at the absolute most subsidized version of these things, right? It will never be cheaper than it is right now to get into this shit, unless there's a massive fucking boost in how many tokens we can generate per like kilowatt hour. Yeah, don't become a slave to them, but just recognize that you need to be trying this now because it will be massively more expensive later, theoretically, unless something truly like changes. So yeah, like I understand the people who do things that are so complicated that the AI is just really bad at it, but I don't trust most of them who don't even try this shit because of some philosophical fucking standpoint. You know? They're more than allowed to do it, right? It's a free universe, right? Like they're allowed to do it. They're allowed to not want to use it, but I think they're doing it at their own fucking detriment. No offense, right? Like R.W. Grimm, he is so anti-AI that it seems philosophical at this point because he's not even giving it a try. Like he tried it probably like a year or two ago and wrote it off forever. Right? I think he is burying his head in the sand like a fucking ostrich at this point. It's hard to take him seriously. Like, dude, do you really think the code that you're doing is so complicated that an AI could never possibly do it? No. No. Every single thing you do is so complicated AI couldn't do it? Bullshit. Right? So that's where I push back on R.W. Grimm and like some of those like massively anti-AI people. It's like, dude. I understand wanting to stay good, right? Keeping your like your chops up, right? Maintaining like your ability to do the code without AI. That's huge. That's really important. But I don't know. There's just something so rhetorical, right? Like about the anti-AI crowd. And the zealots, right? The AI zealots, right? The people who are like, AI is going to change everything, blah, blah, blah. You're falling behind, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, those people are fucking wrong too. As with most of reality, things are in the gray area, not the extremes. So I get that, Glux, but that ignores the fact that you can totally have fully generated data and work on your code base using only generated data. You don't need, technically, Glux, you shouldn't have access to production data as a dev. You should really not have any of that access if it's that sensitive. All of the stuff you're building should be fully generated, non-real data. So I would push back and say, dude, that's a really bad fucking setup. Yeah, I agree, Glux. I think, but if that's the case, like, you should be having your organization fix that. Their excuse is actually a shitty excuse, masking the fact that they have really bad data protection practices. There's no fucking way any old dev at the company should have production data. There's no fucking reason for that. At all. Right? So it's actually betraying the fact that you guys have a shit CTO. Yeah, run the shit local with test data. And you could use cloud shit if you're using test data. Your code's not that proprietary. Like, and if you're paying for a decent enough provider, they have a no training policy. But again, it's betraying the fact that you guys probably have a shit CTO who didn't establish good data protection practices. That's a way bigger problem. I'll push back a little bit on that, Heth. Hacksaw, you have read-only access to the prod DB? That's a problem. Dude, I think that data protection policy is fucked at that point. Nobody should have that without going through like massive amounts of checks and balances justifying why you need to read from prod. Yeah, that should not be a thing, in my opinion. It depends on the type of company you work at. If you're at a company where our data is so sensitive that we can't risk exfiltrating it, why do you have access? You know? GDPR is actually simple compared to like HIPAA and some of the other shit. GDPR is like relatively simple. That one is a totally separate thing. GDPR is the simplest. Nah, GDPR is easy. HIPAA and some of the other shit fucking sucks. And whatever the European equivalent of HIPAA is. Right? Oh, I see. That's what you meant. Sure. It's not about like the AI's access to that data. You're talking about just like making sure you're being GDPR compliant with like slop coded stuff. It's actually not that tough, right? It's GDPR is basically just the right to be forgotten. It's actually pretty straightforward. Right? Implementing the right to be forgotten is a pretty straightforward thing, in my opinion. Oh, SOC 2 fucking sucks. Yeah, SOC 2 is a thing that was invented by accountants. But yeah, SOC 2 fucking sucks. But yeah, Hacksaw. Used to work at a bank and it was a very different story, sure. Right? Like for certain things, having prod database access is not a big deal. Right? What data could be leaked, you know? Oh no, I get it, Glux, but it. Yeah, I just think it's bad. You guys have a shit CTO. Now, keep in mind that maybe the CTO isn't even the person that like fucked that up. It's probably legal, right? Depending on like the scope of liability. So that's maybe a separate thing too. But it does sound a bit like you got a shit CTO too, because a good CTO should be able to push back on legal. Or at least reach a compromise with legal. Kepler loaded? Yeah, dude, Hef, please, yeah, provide any feedback you got, man. Detected all your local AI environments. Nice. Yeah, one of the things, you're using Claude, right? We do get the Claude access, right? If we look at agents here, the fact that Claude can like detect code sessions started outside Kepler, that might be something you want to like make sure you toggle. We don't have that yet for Codex, but I think we should be able to get that. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to get that. And almost feel like OpenCode should be able to do the same thing, right? Okay. Okay. I mean, Glux, like, I'm not teaching, so keep that in mind. I think we're all just, like, learning and chatting about this together. I don't like being looked at as a teacher. That is not the role I'm playing. We're, right? We're collaborating. We're peers, you know? I don't like the teacher mentality. Yeah, exactly. I really don't like being labeled a teacher because I'm a shit teacher. I'm really bad at teaching. Ugh. I don't have the patience for actually teaching. But I'm happy to have conversations about stuff that I find interesting. You know? And I got opinions, and I'll say the opinions, but again, I'm not teaching. Don't treat my opinions as truth. They're a thing. Right? It's just whatever. Thank you, Tristan, over on Twitter. I get it a little bit. I still push back. We're all just learning together. It's way more fun when you approach things in that way. I think the biggest thing I push back on is the idea of a mentor. It just, I don't know. I really dislike the idea of a mentor. Right? This whole like mentor mentee relationship versus just like two people existing and collaborating, you know? And yeah, no worries, Glux. Yeah, I get you, man. Yeah, a little bit drunk. Hey, same, dude. Same, man. It's my birthday. I'll drink if I want to. I also do that other days too, but at least today I have more of an excuse. Ooh, Owen. Not the big one. Oh, all right. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I don't. I used to have a spare monitor. I forget what I did. Oh, yeah, no. It's the one in the kitchen. Yeah, that's right. The big one's a super wide, Alex. If you go check, it's in the Discord. I forget what channel it's in the Discord. Is it in random? I think it's in random. Yeah. Yeah, so Alex, go check it out. Yeah. Honestly, both of those are big monitors. Crafty, yeah, do you not know? I had a thing that was doing like a top-down camera for Kitchen Stream. But the tripod I had for that was kind of like a shit tripod, and one of the legs blew out. And I just haven't gotten my Kitchen Stream going back again. But I still have like the one camera in the kitchen, so I'll be over there sometimes and like hanging out. But I don't have the top-down camera anymore. Where am I from? I live in Washington State here in the US. So right now it's 6:37 p.m. for me. I tend to start at like 1 or 2 p.m. most times. And I'll go at least until 6 like every day. Like every day I stream. And I stream 5 days a week. Four a.m. in Sweden. Ah, yep. Now I live in the USA. Do not judge me for the orange asshole. I didn't vote for him. But give me a second. I need another soda. Obviously, we're drinking more whiskey for sure. BRB though. Give me a sec. I do have to use the restroom too. Let's take a drink. Oh, you don't got to tell me twice, man. So hold on. This song is called Power Whiskers, but I swear that last fucking piano riff was basically Nothing Else Matters by Metallica, right? That last melody we heard on the piano was absolutely in Nothing Else Matters, right? They got away with it. They got away with it, but hold up, man. I don't know. But the whiskey I'm drinking on is the Four Roses Small Batch Select. We had the single barrel yesterday. My birthday whiskey is this one. Oh, hold on. I forgot to grab the soda from the fridge here. Might as well switch out a wall for a monitor. There you go. And Alex, are you gaming with us tonight? Anyone that plays V Rising is welcome to join us in a V Rising game here in like an hour or two. We'll help you get the gear you need to like level up and all that. Drinking and coding is dangerous? It's not that dangerous. I've been doing it for years. Right? You get good at it the same way you get to Carnegie Hall. Practice. Yeah, no worries, Alex. Do you work tomorrow? All right, so back to this thing. Let's keep prompting. Yeah, I keep getting distracted. And then Hef, is Masijo mine? Yeah, Masijo's mine. For sure, dude. Masijo is 1000% mine. And I actually plan on applying to Y Combinator with it here at some point. I'd love to get customers first, you know? And I have a strategy for actually like cold emailing like customers or like cold messaging via LinkedIn or whatever. Basically, oh, yeah, that's fine. You know, I've always wanted to do like my own software as a service shit. But the main idea is like, dude, I could go to customers, right? Let's log in with Google, sure. Right? And the idea would be I could create a new team, right? Like a new org or whatever, right? And I could create keywords that target various companies, right? So yeah, like what if, you know, I wanted to convince Theo? Well, yeah, to convince Theo, yeah, what if he wanted to just listen for the word Theo? But hold up. Well, number one, we should probably make sure that we're doing like a word boundary. But hold on, if we turn on this tech filter, well, yeah, we got theory, but it's not about Theo, the content creator. So that's a little, like we could make it better. But the idea would be I end up creating like mock accounts for various companies that they could just like see publicly because it's all public data anyway. And I just have like, hey, are you guys aware that you could have slid into these comment threads about your competitor? You could have, like, are you aware that this person was complaining about your platform? And I could do that for like companies as I do like the cold call kind of bullshit, right? And I think that's a really solid strategy in my opinion. So yeah, I'm going to be doing that for sure. I think it needs a lot of work still, but yeah, I'm at the point where like I'm like marketing bound. But one of the biggest things, and hold on, let me get more music going. Ah, shit, can't do that album. Here we go. That'll work for now. No, heck, it's called neo-brutalism, and it's meant to evoke the GeoCities era. Like, I know you weren't talking shit. That's fine, man. I'm okay with it. Yeah, dude. No, dude, don't feel bad about that. Yeah, neo-brutalism is the framework that I'm currently using. The dev who made this has since abandoned it. So if I wanted to, like, update, I would have to do retro UI. But same basic idea, right? Yeah, exactly. It's fun, you know? It's just fun. New Duck, you're saying you'd try Masijo? Yeah, dude, try it, man. I'll even give you like paid access to stuff, right? Like the lenses and all that. Like, what keywords are you thinking? And honestly, like, go and create it right now, and I'll just log in and give you like a free plan because I really care about your input. Nah, no worries, Glux. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. Maybe follow the channel if you haven't yet. Just saying, throwing it out there. That way, you'll know when I'm live next time. There you go. Thank you. Hell yeah, for sure, New Duck. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. I am really curious about your feedback. So just let me know once you've signed up, and I'll give you, you know, I'll give you at least like the baseline free tier, or not free tier, but like the baseline like first paid tier. If you end up needing more, dude, I gotcha. You don't need to pay me. You don't need to pay me. But if you do find value and you can end up shilling it to other people, well, that'd be cool. No pressure, no stress, no expectations. So Hef, yeah, one of the biggest things about Kepler is, right, like when you start a new task, there's the idea of like starting a task from scratch or starting from an issue or starting from a pull request, right? And some of these are really powerful, right? You could start from a pull request and like iterate on it and some of that stuff, right? Oh, absolutely, Hef. Yeah, dude. Yeah, just let us know, man. We need your feedback. And technically, Get Kraken Review. Well, hold up. Get Kraken Review's a thing. It's separate. It's over on getkraken.dev, but I'd be curious about your opinion about Get Kraken Review as well. Glux, thank you. You really didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, who got hit? Derp Sauce, Parzafal, Kinslayer, Nestor, and Wings of Learning. And Wings of Learning, I missed your follow 4 hours ago. I'm so sorry about that. I've been seeing it and I just haven't said anything. So, Wings of Learning, if you're still out there, thank you. And yeah, Glux, that was huge, man. Like, I appreciate you. Just hanging out and being cool is the only expectation I have. And you already did that. Now you just went above and beyond. But yeah, people who end up using GitKraken stuff, maybe check out GitKraken Review too. I think the fact that there's like suggestions and an overview kind of thing is pretty cool, right? Like there's a lot of value there, and then maybe you could even like chat about it with an AI. Sure, why not? But yeah, just like going deeper than the like the standard GitHub like code review like view and flow and all that shit. It's worth checking out. It's yet another thing we're building. I think Kepler is our main focus, but if you have a chance to check out Get Kraken Review as well, let us know. And then, yeah, if you got feedback, man, any feedback, let us know. And yeah, just in case, we got the link there, and I threw the rel CM Griffing on it. I'm hoping that value might be like surfaceable. Like, how many people am I driving to this page? How many downloads did it like trigger, etc.? That'd be cool, right? Or not this page, but the Kepler page. You know what I mean? Know what I mean, Vern? And yeah, Candace, sorry, I missed it. Thank you for the birthday wishes. We're having a good old day. It's a solid birthday. I'm pretty pumped on it. Someone invited me to go to a thing at the Gorge, right? Like some festival. It wasn't the music that I'd be like especially stoked on, but just hanging out and chilling with those people would have been fun. But for my birthday, I'd much rather hang out with y'all. For sure. Streaming is my second favorite thing besides. So yeah, there's basically nothing I'd rather be doing right now during the month of June. Because I think Mount Hood's like snowboard scene is really fucked right now. you know? But yeah, there's basically nothing I'd rather be doing right now. This is exactly where I want to be. Just realized our windows were sized just slightly wrong. Come on, window. There we go. All right. So, yeah, random bullshit. And yeah, a Saturday birthday in this economy? Shit. And then real quick, Hef, have you tried this Ornith model, man? I'd be really curious. Like, it's locally hostable. 35B, 21 gig. Like, have you checked it out? At 256K, it's kind of a small context window, but it might be all right if you have like an orchestrator doing the subagent thing. Oh, see, I didn't even read that part. Wait, when you say it's a post train, where did you see that? Did you read like their blog post describing it? Ah, the blog post. Got it. Again, Hef, that would be some awesome feedback. That would be some awesome feedback. Be sure to mention me, by the way. Wink, you know. Shit. You only found out about it because of me. And you don't have to do shit, man. I'm just having fun. Yeah, hell yeah, man. So yeah, the fact that it is self-improving. So maybe what you meant by post-train is the fact that it's like your local version of it is self-improving itself. Like as like the things you do happen. Yeah, I'd be really curious what this starts to mean, you know? Oh, it's based on Gemma Quen. Oh, not from scratch. Yeah. No, I get that. Oh, there it is. Built on top of. Okay. Yeah, touche. I missed that part completely. But yeah, the fact that it's like sitting right there with fucking DeepSeek Pro for a local model, that's like the 397B though. No one's hosting 397 billion parameters locally in a reasonable way, you know? So I find that a little misleading. All right, so here we go. 35B versus the Quens and the Gemmas. And obviously they're not doing that against Frontier models because they'd get fucking destroyed. And even then, like, the DGX Spark has, like, slow RAM. So that's kind of a problem, right? I'm pretty sure my brother has one, actually. I'm curious what his opinion about this is. And oh, hold on, wait. Did I miss a Twitter thing? I did miss a Twitter thing. Hey, thanks, Tristan. Hold on. Hold on. And wait, Tristan, you're testing something out as we speak. Wait, what are you testing specifically? Sorry, you're testing that model that we just talked about, the Ornith? Yeah, let me know your opinion about it. I'm really curious. But hold on, hold on. What's the one with like the dude? Like, how do I find this meme in Giphy or whatever? Where it's like the dude at the rave who's getting interviewed, and then he just like the song comes on, he's like, how do I find that GIF? I'm looking for that specific GIF. He starts just doing the dance like interview dance. Rave? Actually, this one feels pretty good. That one's actually the most accurate GIF. Well, shit. And anyone that knows whiskey knows that that's some fucking Johnny Walker right there. I believe that's some Johnny Walker Black, right? That's absolutely some Johnny Walker. I'm not sure which one exactly. I think the black or double black is pretty solid. Yeah, exactly, Heth, right? Dude, it's fucking awesome. Ah, that's awesome. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to share it, and thank you for testing it, man. Hell yeah, Tristan. Mr. Sir. Yeah. Full getting integration. And also maybe check the box to get our MCP server, because I think some of our MCP tools, like, do some really good shit too. And I think it's right there in settings. I forget where. Hold on, let me just cancel. Voice input though? Dude, voice input? Fuck yeah. Right? Integrations, all that shit. But yeah. Dude, like the AI sync and compose, massively useful. Token usage. I thought there was the MCP somewhere, but I think I missed it. But yeah, Kinslayer. More input. Yes, exactly, Hef. Yeah, our like the main feature is actually like, yes, like we got the start from scratch thing, but dude, starting from an issue or starting from a pull request is like those are actually the things that we want to like push. Yeah, dude. Yeah, for sure, Hef. I feel like you actually have really strong opinions. If you'd like to hop on a call with any of our devs or like the project manager who's managing this shit, like I think you probably have a lot of good insights, man. Yeah. I'd be really curious about like feedback you have, and feel free to do that. But if you want to hop on a call, just hit me up and I'll connect you. Like, yeah, just PM me over on the Discord, and yeah, I could hook you up and like get you like scheduled on a call if you want to like provide like better like feedback conversationally and like in a way that people would ask you like about the stuff we're considering and what you would find valuable kind of things. For sure, man. And that goes to anybody as well. If you're really interested in like agentic workflows and bullshit and how Kepler actually helps and what you think Kepler needs to be the best, yeah, man, we need that. And I will happily connect you. There's actually one person that I forgot because they didn't send me a DM. They said it in like one of the channels in Slack or whatever. So now I gotta go find that channel. It's easier to find a DM. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, anytime. Just let us know. 4th of July is coming up, so, it's going to be like a short week next week. So there's no rush whatsoever. Like, whatsoever. I think the week after is probably going to be, like, better anyway. And yeah, any, like, fun screenshots you want to share that we could use, like, in marketing and shit. That'd be better, right? Like, it's always better to have like real screenshots that you're willing and able to share versus like the bullshit me and like the PMM team like cook up, like contrived on random bullshit. Like, real workflows are way better. But yeah, man. Yeah, for sure, dude. And I would also say anyone that like likes and uses Kepler and who also does like, I don't know, like social media, like promotion, like posts and bullshit, we could get you in on like the like ambassador program too. So hold on. I think the 2 seats thing is separate. Hold on. I'm not sure that sounds correct. I'm not sure that sounds correct. Let's look at the pricing again just to be sure. So it's $6 for the first seat, $10 for the next seat. I'm like, what this is you'd still be billed per seat, and this is up to 2 seats, right? But then when you go up to more than 2 seats, then it goes to 14 a month. So keep in mind it's 16 total for the first year if you want 2 seats, right? But then yeah, when you go to like advanced or anything bigger than that, right? I think per seat pricing is going to go away eventually, but I'm not necessarily here at GitCrack. I'm just saying like in a broader like industry aspect of it, right? Why would you charge for like AI to be a seat? That'd be weird. So instead, like most things are going to have to go purely usage based. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, the GitKraken plan is extremely cheap. I'm actually surprised they make enough profit off this shit to keep doing it. You know? But yes, the goal is to make it affordable. And then the moment you get beyond like 10 seats, well, yeah, that's enterprise shit, you know? Like, meh. Like, not a big deal. Pogs? No, Pogs is old as fuck. Pogs is something people in their 30s might say because they're fucking that like Twitch pilled. Nah, dude. Modern slang that kids say these days is incomprehensible to at least someone of my age. I have no idea what these fucking kids are saying these days. I have no clue. I don't know, man. Right? Like, I think I barely understand like the maxing thing, you know? Like looks maxing, token maxing, blah blah blah, right? I think I barely understand the maxing suffix. They got way more slang that goes way over my head. Fucking kids. Kids these days. Yeah, exactly, dude. Right? Gen Z's illiterate and Gen Alpha has their own fucking language. It's crazy, man. All right, so continuing along. Oh shit, did I submit that? Did I mean to submit that? I think we got there. I think we're good. Ah, fuck. I hit enter. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and like, dude, a major proportion of like college like freshmen, they have like a 6th grade reading level, right? And their ability at math is even worse. Yeah, there's like a major fucking like education crisis happening, at least here in the US. I would assume it's also like in the UK, etc. as well. Right? Like think of the like in Australia they call them bogans. What do you call it in like Ireland? Like the illiterate fucking hooligans. What do you call them? Like in Ireland, right? Like the illiterate hooligan Irish kids. You know, they're the equivalent of like the Russians that wear the fucking Adidas tracksuits and do the squat, but can't read for shit. You just call them tramps. Okay, I could see that, Owen. That makes sense. Like even there in like Belfast, I feel like there's a different term for them, like especially in Belfast. I feel like there's a different term that I just forgot. And Haybales says they can read. Can you though? I don't know. Roadmen. Is that like a reference to like highwaymen? Right? Like fucking bandits, basically? I think bandit is probably the best term for those fucking kids in Belfast, right? I'd just call him a fucking bandit at that point. It was a popular UK term, but maybe it's like a little older. Sure. Hold on, wait. Is that basically the same definition of like the white trash dudes in the US that hang out at gas stations? Is that basically what a roadman is? right? Like someone standing outside a gas station, like trying to bum a cigarette. You thought a roadman was just someone who puts signs up? Oh, yeah, I'm not sure if that's it. You just Googled it and it's not what you thought? Oh, so like the term was misused? Okay. Sure, I get that. And then Heth. I've only been banned in a couple chats. Do y'all remember... And Heth, you probably remember him. Do you remember... the dude that made standard notes? Do you remember his stream? Right, we're talking like 2019, 2020 kind of shit. Standard Notes is a privacy-first note-taking application that got bought by Proton Mail. And I'm forgetting the dude's fucking name. He actually went viral recently with his, like, AI takes. I feel like he's fallen off a bit. Like, I haven't seen his shit for ages. I think he burnt out on the personality that he was, like, cultivating. Because it was a shit fucking personality, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm trying to remember his fucking name, though. Mobitar. Yeah. Mobitar, right? Yeah. Bales knows. Are you Mo? Are you fucking Mo? It's okay. We banned Mo because he didn't understand that I didn't want, like, language shit talking in my channel. But I got banned from his channel for being a little harsh in my statement of, like, yeah, that's why we don't use iframes, dude. That's why we don't use iframes. Yeah, every single problem you're running into is why no sane dev uses iframes. He banned me in his chat because of that, which was weird. Meanwhile, like, I think he learned his lesson. Yeah, iframes fucking suck. Both start with the B. I'm just kidding, though, Bales. No worries. Now he's a comedy YouTuber? He's not comedy. He does the fucking AI bullshit. No, he's an AI fucking personality. The craziest part is he did both versions of AI. Like, oh, he could be like anti-AI or pro-AI. And then he just like latched on to the one that got the most views. That's a shit personality, dude. No offense to Mo. He's a nice enough dude, but holy fuck, dude. If you're chasing engagement that way, there's no way you're gonna fucking last. This is why you burn out on streaming, too. In my opinion. Right? If you don't have the courage of your own convictions, there's no fucking way you're gonna last in any of this shit. Yeah, and I get it, Bales, because he adopted his take and his like YouTube personality based upon what got clicks. That is not sustainable. That is absolutely not fucking sustainable. You know what's sustainable? Being yourself. Which I don't think he's actually capable of content-wise at this point. Right? Like, it's such a shortcut to success that will never fucking last. In my opinion. And I say this still being a fan. I think Mo is actually a dude. I used to love watching his stream, man. I used to love that shit. I wish he still streamed. Because it was actually like a real version of who he is, not just like a persona. Because it's so fucking hard to keep up a persona for a 5 or 6 hour stream. You gotta just be yourself. Even if yourself is a fucking jerk. Like this guy. And if you couldn't tell, I was pointing the finger at me. Yeah, acting is mentally draining, man. Yeah, for sure. And I think Mo's a legit dude. I don't like his content. He has said some things that are cool. But yeah, dude, I think it's a very clear path to burnout. The moment you start trying to play a character. It's just not worth it. Right? The moment you compromise yourself for your content, that is the moment you have lost the plot. It is unsustainable. Hey Bales, where are you supposed to go now? Tangled. For sure. Tangled. AT Proto Base? Fuck yeah, dude. You use Tangled. It's that easy. That goes for you, Hef, as well. Just use Tangled. I don't know for sure. I don't dabble. I haven't messed with it. I just still use GitHub. I'm definitely not sponsored. They don't fucking pay me. I do party with the CTO of Blue Sky every once in a while. Because they're right there in Seattle, right? Paul Frazzi's a fucking cool dude. Last time I went to an event at the space that they work out of, it's called the IntDev office or internet.dev. That's their fucking domain. They fucking nailed it. I had such a cool conversation just talking about random sci-fi shit with that dude. Paul Frazzi from fucking Blue Sky is really cool, man. And I may be saying his name wrong. I've never heard him say his last name. But Paul's fucking cool, man. And in fact, hold on. I have a thing that I'm like saving this tab. I should probably make this tweet at some point. And I can make that tweet with all y'all. But hold on, let me get it into chat here. Me and Paul and like another person ended up having a conversation about like, well, hold on. Right? You know how like the most common graffiti is a dick? Right? What if that is the thing that like other societies learn and recognize about us? Because like the first like artifact of anything we've ever done will probably be a dick, right? Or boobs, right? You know, like think about the oldest fucking cave drawings. Tits. Right? Come on. We're mammals. It makes sense. But what if every other society, right? Every other like alien race has that same thing. Like, what is the first thing we're gonna recognize from some fucking alien society? Like, think about like who would we run into first? The intergalactic version of truckers. There's definitely gonna be fucking dick gifts or whatever, right? So like the most common thing between intergalactic cultures will be exchanging what we recognize as basically dick gifts or dick drawings. But they don't know that it's a dick, and we don't know that their thing's a dick. So then when they show up and we do their, like, you know, like, think like Mars Attacks, where we do like the hand symbol or whatever. Same idea, dude. Like, all of society will be fucking chatting about what is the equivalent of dick drawings on walls. Yeah, that is the most common fucking drawing or thing that human beings do. Dick drawings or boob drawings. And then aliens will have their equivalent. Maybe they have more than 2 genders. Like, maybe they have like 7 or 8 different things that gotta mix together to reproduce. Guaranteed, the thing we see will be the equivalent of their dick drawings. And then, yes, taking that, just look at the fact that this old-ass thing, right? A 300 million year old cuttlefish fossil, 300,000 years ago, was carried around by a society because it resembled a dick. Holy shit, dude. Dude, holy shit, dude. But yeah, no worries. Have a good night, man. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you being here on my birthday. We'll see you again soon. I'll be streaming on this channel again on Monday. Tomorrow, I'll probably do a little bit of like hanging out on the gaming stream. And then I got some golfing to do, like driving range and then like a dinner tomorrow night. And yeah, thank you, Bales. Appreciate that. And then, yeah, Kinslayer. Yeah, for sure, man. Dude, I love that movie, Mars Attacks. It's so good. That movie's so fucking good. I don't think they like my music. And I just realized the song I just sang was not from that movie. I was singing the song from fucking Raising Arizona, wasn't I? I just sang the Raising Arizona song, but tell me the difference. You don't know the difference between the song from Mars Attacks and the Raising Arizona song. They're the same fucking yodeling. Dude, Angine de Poitrine is so fucking good, Bales. Yeah, hold up. Before we pivot to Angine de Poitrine, we're going to listen to the Raising Arizona song real quick. Because I need that good old nostalgia. Was my impression dead on balls accurate? I think so. This is the song you sing when you stub your toe. Right? Son, you got a panty on your head. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's so good. You were with Daniel and other NPMX people in London for a few days. Much AT Proto. And when you say Daniel, is that Daniel C. Rowe? Was he part of the NPMX thing? I don't think I knew that, but he's amazing. He's such a dude. Daniel Rowe is the fucking best. Have you seen the interview I had with him? He's so fucking cool. Yeah, exactly, dude. Actually, I think his interview and me was published. Did you find it? Yeah, it's published already, right? You found it. No, that's not the one. Actually, I don't think the one was published yet. No, this one's good. But you'll see Nightbot shout out the Shonday person. I previously, like, when I went to JS Nation, or technically it was React Summit, right? I was there for JS Nation as like co-MC, which was awesome. And then like the day after for React Summit, I got to interview Ken Wheeler, Shonday Person, Nicholas Gallagher, and I think the next one coming is the Daniel Rowe one. So yeah, that one hasn't been released yet. I forgot that one hasn't been released yet. My favorite part was like, dude, I've chatted with Ken Wheeler and Daniel Rowe a bunch of fucking times. So like when I was like doing the interview with them on the thing, like it just felt like I was chatting with a friend. Those are the best podcast interviews in my opinion. And yeah, I got to interview Shonday Person. I would consider them like next time I chat with her. Dude, it'll feel like chatting with an old friend. I really like that shit. And I hope they bring me back next year for the same thing. Because I fucking loved that shit, dude. It was so good. So hold on, New Duck. You should probably propose a talk for JS Nation. And React Summit even maybe, right? Like, I don't know. Whatever you got is probably good enough for React Summit too. What would Pour 4 look like in a React world? Fuck it, man. But at the bare minimum, JS Nation you should apply for. For sure. Yeah, Pour 4 React SSR shit. Fuck yeah, dude. That sounds amazing. Yes, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The New York edition is like their CFP ends on July 7th. For sure. So you got a little over a week. And yeah, hey Bales, I am so bummed. I missed out on buying tickets for their show coming to Seattle because I was like too hungover to wake up in time. Yeah, that's a me problem. That's my fault. And I refuse to fucking pay a scalper for tickets. But also, they're playing at the Paramount, and the Paramount's actually a shit show. Like, it's not a good concert. Yeah, I fucking hate the Paramount. Like, it's a nice concert for the audio of it, because it's like the audio, like, carries well. It's just like, dude, it's like seats, and then there's, like, maybe a GA. I don't know. It's just, it's too big of a venue. I don't like seeing a band at anything bigger than, like, the Showbox here in Seattle. If there's more than, like, 200 people at the show, I'm not a fan. Worst music venue ever was the Pyramid in Memphis. Oh, interesting, Hey Bales. Okay. I wasn't sure where you were from, Hey Bales. Yeah, I was just guessing. Okay. And oh shit. Previously subbed for 4 months. So you've been here before. I'm curious, is there a reason you don't follow right now? And again, the follow only matters when someone's being a dick. And you're not anywhere close to that. So I'm not worried, and you don't have to refollow. I'm just curious, like, did Twitch just lose it? Because that does happen. Or were you just, like, curating your feed so you don't get notified, like, randomly? Which I totally understand as well. And thanks, Robbie, Mr. Sir. But yeah, Bales, like, dude, you're chilling. You're good, man. You're totally good. No. So here's the thing, hey, Bales. And yes, at least for a long time, they would actually autofocus the unfollow button. And if you, like, forgot that you weren't typing into the chat, you could hit space and it would actually unfollow. But now they have at least a confirmation. But also, Twitch randomly unfollows you from streams if you haven't been there for a while as part of their, like, their bot, like, protection bullshit. Because there's a lot of, like, the follow bot bullshit. So if you've just taken a break and you weren't here, that's fine. I get it, man. And Twitch probably saw that and was like, we'll just drop the follow, and if they're a fan, they'll refollow. And thank you, Agashoma, Mr. Sir. I'm glad to have you back here on this stream, Agashoma. I don't know if you heard me say it yesterday or not. I didn't even realize, I didn't even think about it, that you had been banned here. And I apologize if you didn't want me saying that out loud, but I get it. Like, it's really easy to get banned in this chat. And at least half of that is my fault. I'll at least own the 50% of, like, when a ban happens, I'm at least half of the problem. Right? No, it's pretty easy to get banned in this chat. I have a very strict guideline of what I tolerate. It's pretty easy. Yeah, for sure. Like Bales. Mo is banned in this chat because he was doing some fucking, like, PHP shit talking. Nah, man, I'm not gonna let people talk shit about languages. And it wasn't just that he talked shit on PHP. When I corrected him, he's like, he got all high and mighty about it. No, I'm not gonna have that shit in my chat, dude. You know. Fuck me, right? Like, so yeah. It's actually pretty easy. Which is why when I see an unban request, I immediately review it. If I'm going to be quick to ban, I should be quick to unban or confirm a ban. It's not about, like, one language or another, but it's just like the X versus Y bullshit about languages fucking sucks, man. It's such a meaningless conversation every time. And, like, I don't know, if you've seen my stream enough, like, you've been here long enough, dude, like, the fact that we don't deal with that anymore is pretty cool. There's no, like, oh, you're an Angular user, man. Like, dude, that shit's gone. Now it's just purely, like, AI shit talking, which is, I would say, better at this point, but still not great. But yeah, man, the fact that, like, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, there was an endless procession of people just fanboying over, like, front-end frameworks, and the fact that we're way beyond that at this point is kind of nice. I actually really like that. And then, yeah, like, the language bullshit is a proxy of, like, the front-end framework bullshit, too. But give me a second. I gotta pee. Let me break that seal real quick. And yeah, hey, Bales, thank you for the follow, man. I wasn't trying to bait you into that. Like, I do feel bad for even calling it out now, but thank you. I just, like, clicked your name and noticed you've had hundreds of chat messages. But I feel like it's been, like, ages since you've been here before, so yeah, not a big deal, man. Ooh, hold up. Do I think language snobbery is over now because AI makes using any language viable? I think that's a big part of it, for sure, right? But in general, I think it's not even that. I think it's the people that do the language snobbery thing are now the same people that just picked a fucking side on the AI thing, right? Like the language snobbery has given way to pro and anti-AI snobbery. So it's not like they were ever actually like genuine in their snobbery. They just wanted to fucking feel better about how they do things compared to other people, right? So those snobs just find another thing to be a snob about rather than ever actually caring about the language shit. That's my approach. That's the way I understand the situation. But it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? People just want to find a thing where they feel smarter than everyone else. For a time, it was like, object-oriented versus functional programming. It was language versus language shit. It was framework versus framework shit. And now those same fucking people that just want to feel better than other people have latched onto the AI thing instead. Like, oh, are you pro or anti-AI? Well, which tool are you using? Which framework are you using? Which fucking model is your favorite model? Right? So, yeah, like, it's not like the snobs ever actually truly cared about what they were being snobs about. They just want to be snobs. That's a separate thing, right? And I think that's actually human nature in some way. Like, humans want to feel better than other people, right? Elitism is a thing that's baked into our fucking core. It's baked into our culture. And technically, I'm not saying elitism and snobbery is actually bad. It's just bad when you, like, disregard other people because of it. But having opinions about this shit and being a little elitist, I think is actually kind of important. And I only have this opinion because I think this one book I read presented that in a way that was really interesting. And that was Fierce Invalids, Home from Hot Climates. Right? It's a Tom Robbins novel. Someone left it at the place I lived at Mount Hood. So I ended up reading it, because why not? And yes, I still have a huge crush on the person that left it. It's okay. She doesn't watch stream. It's fine. At this point, like, my crush on this person is a core part of my identity. In a really unhealthy way. But yeah, like, this book, I don't know, it did have this, like, one thing about, like, how elitism is necessary. And I thought it was really cool. Like, I don't know. There's something, like, really interesting about the way Tom Robbins proposed that. Do I agree with every single thing from the book? Fuck, no. And it's been easily 20 years since I read it, so I'm sure I'm glossing over things that were, like, problematic or shitty, right? But I think the big core part of it was just simply, like, we need elitism. We need to feel better than other people. Like, it's a thing that's baked into our core as human beings. And that mentality, though toxic, is necessary towards us trying to be better, you know? Like, that mentality pushes the envelope of pretty much every subject we take a part in. A good example I like to shout out is snowboarding wise. I'm pretty fucking, or I used to be pretty fucking good at snowboarding. But I was a pussy. I don't know how to phrase that any better. I would pick and choose the days that I would chuck off a jump. However, if I saw a snowboarder who I considered less than me hitting a jump, well, fuck, now I gotta hit it. Oh, I'm not gonna let that fucking asshole show me up. And that's like an internal thing where, like, my elitism was pushing me to do a thing and to be better because of how I was looking down upon this other person who fucking sucked. Like, they also had that mentality, but they didn't deserve it. They fucking sucked. Ryan McLaughlin, they're not out there right now, but yeah, no, they fucking sucked. They were a shit snowboarder, dude. But if I'd see them hit a jump, well, shit, now I guess I gotta hit it. Fuck. I didn't even want to hit it today. I just wanted to chill and, like, do just, like, some of the jibbing bullshit that I do. Yeah, elitism, there's a fine line. I agree with that for sure. There's a fine line between proper elitism and just being a dick about it, you know? One of my favorite bits, though, was like, dude, if I ever properly got in a fight with that asshole, I'd win very easily. Not for, like, good boxing reasons or fighting reasons, but dude had a fucking nose ring. And if we were to get in a fight, yoink. I win. You know? Yoink. You know? And that really, like, comes back to, has anyone seen that movie Airheads? What you gonna do, bacon boy? Grabs the nipple ring and yanks it. Improvise. Like, I don't know. It's always funny to me when people with piercings think they're tough. No, I can yank those fuckers out real quick. Are you sure about that? Do not be a tough guy with a bunch of fucking piercings. Unless you're willing to have that shit yanked out. Anyway, it's like I'm bullshit and we're just hanging out. We are getting to the point where I should probably start figuring out, like, it's probably, like, time to order some fucking Indian food, right? We're not there yet, but we're chilling. Tangled is kind of nice. You enjoy the interface? Ooh, yeah. So I haven't used it much. I'd love to know what you like about it and what you don't like about it. Like, I believe in some things so much that I'll promote them without even having used them. Tangled is one of those things. Like a lot of the AT Proto stuff fits that bill. You know. Yep, run your own node. Like, yeah, dude, all that shit. Like, is really fucking cool. Dude, I do need to find like new, like, or not new, but like bands that are coming to Seattle. I think we need to like establish a fucking clanker for it, man. Like, this is almost a thing that we should do some like open claw or something for, right? Find all the bands coming to the venues I like. Double check that they're even close to a fucking a vibe I would like. And then present them as like a YouTube playlist or something that I could just like play and listen to. And as I thumbs up or thumbs down things, remove or promote the thing so I should buy my tickets. It is basically a giant Eval tree, but it involves like crawling a bunch of data sources and other shit. I want AI to at least like build a deterministic script for that, right? But what is the right way to build that and maintain that? Like, I think there's something we should be doing there. I don't know what that something is yet. I'm not sure about like the right abstraction. You know? Sell it to a venue? I don't know about that. Let's at least build something that works for me first. And then yes, maybe we just build a thing we sell to venues that people could like subscribe to, but we make it like able to be aggregated in some way. I don't know. I'm less concerned about the monetization effort of it because I feel like it's a bands in town kind of problem, right? And that service already exists, you know? So yeah, I'm not sure about like the monetization. I just want a thing that does it for me first and foremost. But yeah, if we could figure out a way to like run it with cheap tokens so people aren't burning their fucking Claude and Codex subscriptions and shit, you know? Then we're on to something, right? Could I just do this with a cheap fucking model and a $5 a month VPS? I think we could, right? Meanwhile, like other people would be burning their fucking like quota on this shit, open claw wise or whatever, right? Well, take it easy, Yagashoma. Remove tongue from butthole. I don't need the glaze. I'm not some fucking LLM. All right, take it easy. Nah, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I'm just having fun. I don't need the glaze, though. If I wanted to be glazed, I'd ask a fucking LLM if it was a good idea. You're absolutely right. It was wrong to glaze you. You son of a bitch. Oh, hey, Bills, take it easy. You son of a bitch. You're totally right. I was wrong to call out the fact that I was glazing you, and I'll do better next time. Lord Master. Mr. Sir. All right, so I do need to double check. When does the Indian food place that I want to get food from stop serving? I think it's like 9 something on a Saturday, but I want to make sure. I like how they do that, and that's like discover new music. All right, whatever. Hold on, I want to listen to this Idol's pop 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 song. I really like this fucking song. To me, this is the Idols adopting their inevitable evolution into being basically Tricky. And keep in mind that Tricky has totally had the singer from this band on his shit randomly. Like, dude. Son of a bitch. God damn it. Yeah, my drink's in the way when doing the food ordering thing. Let me just get it out of the way. Gross. Right. Add to order. Yeah. All right. So then butter chicken. Papadum. Yeah. I'm going to get 2 orders of papadum because why the fuck not? It's never enough. Right. Naan. Ooh, hold on. I think I do garlic naan because they do the garlic naan at this place way better than the garlic naan at the other place. Yeah, add to order. Yep. Garlic naan's good if they do it right. At the place that I'm ordering from, they do it right. At the place that's nearby, their garlic naan fucking sucks, and you're better off just getting the butter naan. What app is this? Ooh, PHP die, Mr. Sir. I get to do my job. Come on, get cracking, pay me more. Shit. But that is Kepler. That's the thing Get Kraken has recently released that I think you should definitely check out. Other people are stoked. There's a lot more work to do. There's totally fucking bugs. Like, you know, it's not perfect, but it's brand fucking new. And I think it solves like a really cool niche. I know T3 code's cool. Conductor, less cool. Compare Kepler to those things, and we'd love to get your feedback about it. It's easy, actually. So yeah, just let me know. Just let me know. All right, so is this weird? I kind of want to get 2 orders of the extra hot buttered chicken. I can always throw the other bit in the fucking fridge, man. You know? So hold on. Non-vegetarian other shit. I think their non-vegetarian appetizers are a bit meh. What about the vegetarian appetizers? Oh, I could do the onion bhaji. Onion bhaji's good. Like that could be part of like tomorrow's like lunch. Oh yeah, this song's amazing. Yeah, dude. Like I've shouted out this song on Twitter, and like the band was like, "Hey, thanks, man." Yeah, they're the only band that's ever done that. It was actually really cool. And the music video is amazing, by the way. The animation's fucking dope. Dude, this band's fucking amazing. They're so good. Yeah, Fever the Ghost, man. Right, well, shit. All right, sides. Hold on. What's the side that I could order? Do they do a good soup? Ooh, no, I can get an extra naan. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'll just double up on the naan. That's it. That's the move. If I'm gonna double up on the fucking butter chicken, I might as well double up on the naan. Wait, hold up. What's my fucking address? All right, so I got till 9:25 p.m., which means I need to order that shit now. Hey, 10% off, no big deal. Fuck yeah, dude. In on the weekend. The weekend lasted 20 years. I don't think I doxed anything. Did I? I live in Redmond. I say that all the time. That's not a big deal. Wait, did I say the number out loud? I think we're good. I think it's fine. Did I fuck up? I think we're good. It's fine. No. Yeah. I just wanted to double check. I don't think I fucked up. All right. Order delivered at 9:10 p.m. to 9:25 p.m. So we got easily a half hour left or so. Fuck yeah, dude. Goes Nick goes Nick goes. Goes Nick goes Nick goes goes Nick goes Nick goes. Okay, so wait, did it do the thing? Mm-hmm. Goes Nick goes Nick goes. 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 We're gonna do this with fucking Codex though. /$ open spec explore. We have a handoff doc with a plan about restructuring the repo. It lives at there. Splinter chance. Yeah. Dude, I really like this fucking band, The Idols, dude. Right? Exactly, man. Like, it's a vibe. They're not just pure punk, they transcend the punk definition that they started with, you know? Dude, the Ted DiBiase reference is solid. All right, so what is the approach from this thing? I mean, typically a skill kind of manages a lot of that stuff. So in general, yeah, skills are the thing leading the model. And the skill I'm using is called OpenSpec. And yeah, hold on, Brainless. Sorry, you were talking about some punk in your area, right? Yeah. Kind of reminds you of an Italian punk band called Porno Riviste. I don't know what Riviste means. I can guess what porno means, though. Oh, it translates to porn magazine. Oh, okay. No, that's a solid band name. There's a band here in the US called the New Pornographers. They're actually quite good. I forget like some of their best songs. We should probably check them out, actually. Shit, we got time. Nah, we should totally check them out. Shit, why not? I know they have at least one song I liked. I'm not sure about the rest. Sure, let's give them a shot. It might suck. Whatever. We got time. It's a fucking Saturday. It's a fucking birthday Saturday. You know? Nightbot needs to chill. Nightbot does spam a bunch of shit. You're not wrong. I got too much shit. you know. And I'll accept your critique. We had like a spammer talk about Nightbot spamming. It's like, dude, as a spammer, you do not have the fucking quota to talk shit on Nightbot spamming, but you do, right? Just the other person I'm thinking of. How dare they? And then Brainless, you were watching Theo's video on GPT-5.6 today. It seems it's the new norm to restrict access to models. I have a major conspiracy theory about that. I think every new model these companies release imposes a greater compute overhead to deliver on that model, right? So if you just imagine that 5.6 requires 20% more compute, can you recognize that ChatGPT is already massively constrained compute-wise, and Anthropic even more so? The reason they're rolling this shit out is because they don't have the capacity for the greater like consumption these new models require. So then gating it is a very clear, easy way of being like, well, no, we gotta gate it because of security reasons. Meh. But no, definitely not. Like, they don't have to gate it. They only need to do so because they don't have the fucking compute. I'm almost positive of that. Like, it feels so real. You know? All right, so hold on. Let's, dude, new pornographers, you're fucking up, dude. Play a song that's good. We might have to skip this entire shit. Like, fuck the new pornographers. No pun intended. And PHP die. Yeah, they're right there in AZ. Yeah, for sure. Okay, no, I don't like it. Fuck, dude. Is there even a good new pornographer song at this point? I don't know, man. I give up. I fucking give up. I give up. Whatever. Ooh, I think that makes sense there, Brainless. Yeah, no, I think that has value for sure. Burning down the house. All right, so yeah, we're probably like a half hour away from me needing to go pick up my delivered Indian food and hop into gaming with Brainless. We'll at least play a little bit of V Rising. If we got a crew, that'd be even better. But if it's just me and Brainless, like, we can do some stuff. But if we hit any obvious, like, stalled moment, I think PoE 2 time, right? Just saying. Today is my birthday. Yeah. I am 42 years young. No, I'm 42 years older than old, but whatever. Tomato, tomato. Need to charge your headset. All right, sure. Sure, man. I look very 35. Oh, thank you, but also, how dare you? I'm not sure how to take that. Hold on. Wait. What's the quote from fucking Talladega Nights, right? I'm confused by your tactic. So I'm gonna be a little upset until I figure it out. I look 29, no joke. I mean, my hairline makes me look way fucking older. I got balding on both sides of the family. I've actually met people that were balding in their fucking 20s, so I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Wait. During noise reduction, your headset started making noise? Huh. My profile pic? Well, yeah, my profile pic's old. I need to update it. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're right. That photo is way too old. Now, granted, in that photo, I was at least like 30 something. I think I was like 32 in that photo. But that's like easily 10 years ago, so yeah, I should update it. But yeah, dude, balding is supernatural. Like, don't feel bad about it. I don't think I would feel like me if I went and got like the fucking balding replacement bullshit in Turkey or whatever. I know it's cheap, like 10K or whatever. 10K for confidence is actually a really fucking cheap value, but also, I don't know, man. I just don't know. Like, it's just not like a thing that I would do, you know? It's just, I think there's value to aging gracefully and also just putting on a beanie, you know? It's actually way easier and way cheaper. You can just wear a beanie. Yeah, I'll do that. Sure, man. My current haircut pulls balding off well. You mean just like buzzing my hair? Because I'm too cheap to pay for a fucking haircut? Like, dude, I don't mind showing it. Yeah, dude. Look at how fucking bald I am, dude. And yeah, I only cut my own hair. I haven't paid for a haircut since I was in fucking junior high. I'm not about to start now. No fucking way, dude. I've been cutting my own hair for longer than I was alive before I started cutting my own hair. You know? Yeah, I think like 7th grade, maybe 8th grade. I think it was 7th grade because 8th grade I had the fucking yeah. Starting in 8th grade, I was this dude. That was me in 9th grade, but 8th grade, like I had already started down that path. So yeah, I'm pretty sure 7th grade was the last time I paid for a haircut. Do I really? I don't think I do. I still got that fucking smirk. I disagree. I think I'm the same fucking asshole. If anything, my current body shape is reapproaching my younger body shape. I've always been kind of light bulb shaped, you know? All right, so I just got the notification that my food is ready at the place I ordered it from, but it won't be delivered until 9:10, like 40 minutes from now. All right. I might just go pick the food up. Because fuck that shit, man. Like, what the fuck, dude? All right, so let me just go raid someone. Who's streaming right now? And I think I'm just going to go pick up the food. Like, I'm not waiting 40 minutes for food that's ready right now. Like, dude, rice goes bad quicker than that. What the fuck, dude? This is why I don't order from this restaurant on a regular basis. They make better Indian food. Their delivery fucking sucks. It's bad through DoorDash and it's bad through them. Oh, okay. No, it's being delivered like right now. Oh, shit. All right, never mind. We got to go raid something. Let's go do that. Shit. Let's go raid Howling AF. Shit. Yeah, food's being delivered like right fucking now. Okay, so I was wrong. I was totally wrong. Let's go raid Howling AF. They kill it. And yeah, my food's gonna be here like real fucking soon. Holy shit. So we're going to go raid Howling AF, everyone over on Twitter and YouTube. Thank y'all so much for chilling. You're the best. Thank you. I'll be over on the Griffing and Chill channel like right after this. I'm going to get the food first, though, because I don't want to keep them waiting. So yeah, Twitter and YouTube, thank you all for chilling.